Hello, everybody, and hello, everybody, and welcome to our latest live broadcast. It's Saturday. It's the 5th of October, 2024. My name is CareyHolzman, and welcome everybody into our chat room. We are picking up where we left off yesterday. So if you are watching part 2 and you haven't seen part 1 of this monstrous build here, all of the builds so far we did yesterday. Today we still have to put the liquid cooler in. We've got to put the graphics card in, and there was one other thing I can't remember. Something else. But those are the two big projects that we'll do today. This one sort of being the most time consuming, with putting the fans on the radiator, mounting the radiator in, putting the water block on. We've got to take this cooler off, clean all the thermal compound, and get this Cougar Helor 360 cooler installed. And then this whole thing will be sort of Cougar themed, with the Cougar power supply, the Cougar case, and the Cougar cooler. We are not sponsored by Cougar. We have purchased all of these parts with the funds we received from both Super Chat memberships and YouTube revenue, which, you know, we used to be able to live off the YouTube revenue, but unfortunately those days have gone. Maybe they'll come back. I doubt it. But in the meantime, we appreciate all of you so much for your support for making this kind of a video happen. This will become Mara's temporary desktop replacement. If you recall, we did that big thermal take. It was kind of themed on an Apache style helicopter case. It's a very big, heavy case. And we're going to put a 15th gen motherboard in there. It's a 10900K now. And you can go back and see that video as well, that entire build. It is a beast of a machine. But she's a very high demanding user, and she wants the latest and greatest. And so what we'll end up doing, I think, is we'll take her 2 terabyte drive she's got in there and pop it into one of our M.2 slots in here. So she'll have the 2 she's got now, and we're going to boot from that. And hopefully she can keep all of her programs and everything. We'll leave the 4 terabyte in there as a secondary drive for her to store data. Plus we have the Synology NAS, which is what she should be using to store data. But anyway, once we get this in place and pull the Apache helicopter build out, that will be future video content for me to upgrade it, to take the board out of it and replace it with a 15th gen top of the line Intel chip, Z series Intel motherboard that's compatible with that. We're going to use the Trix 360 cooler, and what else can I tell you? I think everything else should be okay. I have to check her power supply, but I think it'll be fine. And then what we'll likely do, once all that's done, is we'll pull the video card out of this, and maybe once again pull the NVMe drive out and move it to the other machine, and replace the Apache helicopter, which is her favorite. And then this one will come back, and maybe we'll turn it into a streamer. I don't know yet. But in the meantime, it's fun content. It's fun to do. And if you have not watched part 1, I encourage you to watch part 1 first that we did yesterday. Now, if you're continuing on with us from part 1, welcome back. And yeah, we'll see how long today's show goes. I see everybody's gone live this afternoon. I see Mike's Unboxing Reviews has gone live. I think Doug Betts is live, and I think Greg Salazar released a new video like an hour ago. So this is a great day for this type of content if you're into it. So let's see. That was not on purpose. I certainly wouldn't want to step on any toes. We're not competitors, so you know, be sure and check out their channels as well. It's just coincidence we all decided to go live on Saturday afternoon. Let's see who's saying hello. Darren Gilholm joins us in the chat, as does Madman Dark Jedi. Samuel Kowalski says hello. Of course, Mar is there in the chat room, hanging out with everybody. Samuel Kowalski with a $2 super chat. Ray, right on. Thank you, Samuel. He says, Tamara, I hope you're having a great day. Right on. Richard DeFry, Eddie Casanova, Dustin Fuller, Luke Greenia, Mark Baggett, Ron Barnish, and Mr. Rick all say hello. Hi, thanks for coming in. Hope you'll hang out for the whole show. Craig Dowler says hello, as does Doman 2000, David Graham, Easy Otter, Mark Gaines, John Svensson, Phil's Todd, Jonathan, Ray Sudbury, Mats Olof joining us from Sweden. Where's Richard Palmentier saying hello? David Graham with a $2 super chat. He says, I vote that you buy her the better power supply. Well, I can't remember what power supply is in the Apache. This is a brand new power supply we put in here. It's an 850 watt. But on the Apache, if it's a 10th gen, so we built that 4 years ago, it'll be 5 years by the time we upgrade it, which is a perfect time to upgrade, right in that 4 or 5 year period. I think upgrading any time before then is wasting money, because what you're getting in return compared to what you had isn't that much better. But once you go about 4 generations, then it starts becoming worth your money. Then you'll notice the differences. But I'd have to go back and look at the build video and see which power supply I used. It's quite possible we have a 1200 watt power supply in there. If such case exists, those are easily 10-year power supplies, 10-year warranties quite often. And if that's the case, we'll leave it alone. I also think the power supply we put in there was also made by Thermaltake, as was the case. Did we do it? And I think we did a Thermaltake cooler. Just like we keep everything mostly Cougar here that we can get, I think we kept everything Thermaltake. So we might keep things just for that reason, but we do want to try out that TRYX, Trikes, has a cooler that has a bent screen right on the water pump. It's like L-shaped. And when they show things in sort of the middle of it, if you're looking, it looks like it's coming right out of the screen. So we're going to put that in the Apache helicopter. I'm not a big fan of the Thermaltake all-in-one coolers, but you know what? She's not had any problems with it. So I don't know. I've seen the oldest power supplies in my business that I see continuing to work that surprise me are all made by Thermaltake. I mean, I can have a machine come in that's 15 years old with a Thermaltake power supply that has cables that are 8 feet long for some reason, and that darn power supply just works. So I don't know what Thermaltake's doing, but with their power supplies, they seem to outlast everybody else. Not that I see very many bad power supplies these days, but typically on a power supply that's 15 years old, usually the fans go out, something about it gets flaky. I end up throwing into the recycle bin these really old Thermaltake power supplies because they're ridiculous to cable manage. They're, you know, the ketchup and mustard cabling, and the cables are 6 feet long, and they're definitely not 80 plus efficient. So they go in the recycle. I keep wanting to say the trash can. You and I both know they're taking that recycle bin to the landfill. They ain't recycling nothing. But anyway, let's see. Peter Laycock. Hey, there's Buster joining us from Scotland with a 10-pound super chat. Buster says, good evening, Carey and Mara and everyone in the chat. All the best from Bonnie, Scotland, where the temperature in Edinburgh, 51 degrees Fahrenheit or 10 degrees Celsius. Hey, that's a real easy conversion, right? If it was that easy to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit, just multiply it times 5. You'll be in the ballpark. I'll tell you what, it's 110 here in Phoenix, where it will be, and for the next 3 days. Yeah. Now, do keep in mind, as the weather's getting colder, and I only mention this because we went over to a place called Starfighters Arcade, which is a massive 1980s themed arcade with, I don't know, 100 pinball machines and 100 video game arcade games. And I mean, they got everything. They've got everything. And they've got photo album, they've got music albums on the wall from the 1980s. They've got, you know, Star Wars and Weird Science playing on projectors against the walls. They've got model figurines all over the place of X-Wings and the Eagle from Space 1999 and the Borg. They've got like a life-size Borg. It's just heaven for me. I go in there and it was packed. There was a lot of people in there. Unfortunately, there were a lot of machines out of order, which is, you know, I understand they'd have a couple, but they had quite a few that weren't. Galaga wasn't working. Of all the machines that now work, Galaga. But with that many machines, I'm sure it's hard to keep up. It is a fun place. But one of the things I noticed, you know, the days are getting shorter. this is a little tip from your Uncle Carey. It's a reminder. The weather's getting cooler. And the tire pressure in your car's tires is not as, the tire pressure goes down the colder the weather gets. So this is the time to check all of the tires in your vehicles to make sure they're at the appropriate amount of air, because that's going to make your car safer and give you better gas mileage and make your tires last longer. And this is something I wish that someday maybe they'll automate this whole process. But what I have found is, like when we drive to Michigan, I will put the tires at about 38 pounds of air, PSI, when they're normally supposed to be at 32. But driving from Phoenix to Michigan, once I get to Michigan, around this time of year, once I arrive there, the tire pressure is exactly at 32. Like I lose 6 pounds of air through the cold weather. And then when I come back, it's right back up at 38 again, and then I'll bleed them back out to about 33, 34. Give me a pound or two extra, you know, so give me a little something to lose. But a little tip and a reminder, check your tire pressure. Good for the gas mileage, good for the tires, good for you. Paul O'Brien renews his membership. Thank you, Paul. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. There's our friend Rick Lakes joining us from Minnesota. John Paul Bacon said he had an OCZ 80 plus power supply, gold, 80 plus gold. He said it lasted me 8 years. Then I passed it on to a friend. He's been using it ever since. I gave it to him in 2019. Well, you certainly got your money's worth out of that. I didn't even know OCZ made anything other than SSDs. And they got bought out by somebody. I can't remember. Mara says the current power supply in the Apache helicopter build is a Thermaltake Smart Pro 750. Oh, we might have to change it. 750 might be cutting it a bit close with that 3090 Ti. We're probably okay. We have to look for, well, there you go, Mara. In the background while you're, give you a task. Look for a modern day replacement made by Thermaltake that's RGB, right? Isn't the cooler RGB? Well, look for one. Find one that's 850 or better, is what I'd say. That'll be her task for today, among everything else she has to do. Paul O'Brien's been a member now for 16 months. He says, wow, 16 months. This pregnancy is killing me. What am I having, an alien? It'll just come out right through your stomach when it's ready. Ron Barnish renews his membership, now a member for 26 months. You guys rock. Thank you guys so much for continuing to support the channel and allowing us to have the funds to buy these projects and make these videos. Now, I did pull out the manual on this unit because I wanted to find out about this little, if you recall, there's this little standoff. And the little standoff holds this, it's like a cable management cover. And I wanted, once I put that motherboard in, I can't put the standoff back in. And I thought this said it was compatible with a E-ATX board, which this big motherboard just barely qualifies as that. Well, I look in the instructions and it says if you're going to put in an E-ATX board, you need to take this out altogether. There's a little pin or something you pull and you take it out and you just leave it out. Well, I don't want to do that. So I thought, okay, because this is barely E-ATX, it doesn't go quite as far as a full-size E-ATX. This does close. It does have little detents that lock it in. And the screw that would normally go here, that's where my USB-C cable is covering up the hole. Even without that there, the motherboard is just slightly covering up that hole. So I was thinking, how do I secure that? But you see this little piece right here. This is the graphics card support. And when the graphics card is in there, you won't be able to open this anymore. The graphics card is going to be locked in up here. So, because I want to keep this. I don't want to take it off like the instructions say. I think it looks good. It almost looks like a Project Zero build with that piece in there. So I think we're just not going to put this back in and not going to worry about it. I think it's a problem that solves itself with the graphics card holding it in place. But I did look through the manual, and it's a pretty good manual. It's just a lot of pictures and diagrams. And it explained a bit about where you can hold hard drives. Remember, I was explaining, it looks like, you know, a 2.5-inch drive goes here, 3.5-inch drive goes there, and I was figuring it out on my own. Well, now that we've done that, now we can go back and look at the manual, and it's a good manual that comes with this, by the way. And the other thing I discovered offline was the fan controller in the back. As I was updating the Windows 11 to 24H2 on this, I noticed this fan controller had two cables that were not attached. One said LED switch, which I thought maybe fell off. I didn't know what it went to. And it occurred to me, maybe the button I think is reset. Maybe that's to change the colors of the RGB. That would be for manual override if you had it plugged into ARGB or your motherboard did not support ARGB. So this is a bit redundant, but that's exactly what happened. On the motherboard, on the fan controller here, you'll see we have 1, 2, 3 fans plugged in and 1, 2, 3 RGB plugs above and below each fan. And we got 1, 2, 3 fans, right? But then what's this? Oh, this is the power. Then I think, oh, these are going to run at full speed. No, because over here we have these wires. They say, okay, well, if these are the fans and this is the power, what are these? These right over here. Well, one is the LED switch, and that just plugged right in. It did come off, basically, is what I'm saying. It should have been plugged in when I got it, and I think when I was moving wires around, I unplugged it. Next to that is a fan header, just a normal 4-pin fan header. So I ran that under and plugged it into the motherboard, and I went into the BIOS, and I said, you know, I can see which fan headers are being used. I saw that fan header down there. I said, set it. It was on auto, and it was really getting loud. So I set it on PWM and went with the basic settings so that as the computer CPU gets hotter, those fans will get faster, and all 3 of them are going to spin at the same speed. And all of a sudden, when I turn the system on, it's whisper quiet. But then when I try and do anything resource intensive, like during the Windows 11 24H2, from time to time, it would crank up. And it did get a little bit loud, but you know, I imagine by adding 3 more fans with the cooler and another 3 fans on the video card, you know, we got a total of 10 fans if you include the power supply. It's a little overkill, but that's what Mara likes, and that's what people like to watch, and that's what we're going to do today is finish this build. But I at least got the fans quieted down. I got the fan controller figured out. Some of the cheaper cases, the fan controllers just run full speed at all times. This fan controller did have a fan header on it that you plug into the board, and that way the board can control the speed. And what it does is it splits that to all 3 fans. So if the board is saying slow down to 600 RPM, then all 3 fans, those 2 and the one in the back, they're all connected together and behave the same. I downloaded the MSI Control Center, which has the MSI RGB software, and that enables me to control all the RGB. They've got a lot of choices in there. One of them I like is CPU temperature. So if I set the MSI RGB software to CPU temperature, then everything is green, and if the CPU is getting hotter, it starts to turn red. So you don't have to monitor your temps, you just look at the color of your case. Now RGB is serving a purpose. Now, okay, now I'm a little more, you know, okay with it. This cooler, it does not have a screen on the front. Instead, it's got an impeller in the center of it that rotates around as the fluid moves. This is like a flow indicator, letting you know your fluid is moving, but it's also really cool to look at. So I wish every cooler had that. On the other hand, I do like the coolers that have the little monitors. You know, those are fun, that you can display your CPU temps, which I think is a waste of time, but you can put your own picture on there. Or in the case of the Trikes 360 that we're going to put onto the Apache later, that one has like things that look like they're reaching out. If you're standing in just the right spot looking at it, it has a 3D effect. So that's what was done last night after the video. That's not a lot that was done. And then I thought I'd show you here in the manual, they have a diagram. Well, here's the first thing. With regards to the little cable cover that I want to keep, this is where they're telling me to take it out, right here, these instructions. They're saying if it's E-ATX, right here, to remove it. And it does say right down in the bottom text, right over here, when installing a CEB or E-ATX motherboard, please remove the cable management cover. And they never tell you to put it back on, because you can't. And then the other thing I wanted to show you was where you could put 2.5-inch and 3.5-inch drives. And you can also turn the drive bay, what do they call that? The PCI slot covers can rotate the 90 degrees if you want to put your video card in vertically so you can show it off. But in doing so, you're going to block access to everything that you want to plug in here. So we don't want to sacrifice all of our expandability by putting a graphics card right here and blocking access to that. But that's an option if you want to. I just don't want to. And then there was one other thing. Oh, so they're showing how it can hold 3.5-inch hard drives here. And it shows it can hold 2 of them, 2 3.5-inch drives, 1 and 2. And then if we go to the next page, it should show us the 2.5-inch drive options. And it's kind of a one or the other kind of situation. It looks like you can do 3 2.5-inch drives, or 3 2.5-inch drives, or 2 3.5-inch drives. Just the opposite. And that's how those go on, if it'll focus. So the instructions are nice, you know, in the sense that it's mostly pictures, not a lot of words. And nice diagrams with what screws to use and where to locate it. So even that area down below that I said, hey, that looks like a great place for a 3.5-inch, that is apparently also good, or either is for a 2.5. It's only a 2.5-inch, I think. It looked like it was set for 3.5. Yeah, 3.5. They want it hanging on the outside by the power supply. That's interesting. Take another look at that. If I can figure out where the camera is. This location here. And then down here, using those brackets. So those are the big 3.5-inch mechanical drives. So they did a good job engineering this. I do wish that they would have thought this cover through a little bit, or stipulated on the product marketing page that, well, this is compatible with the E-ATX boards. You got to take out the cable management cover. Now, if it's a back connector motherboard, this will work with it, and then that's a non-issue anyway. There was some mention of worrying about if the item you place on the little stage here were to fall, there's nothing to cover the fan, to protect the fan. And you're right about that, because if they did, it wouldn't look as pretty with something like a grill over these fans. So the concern was, you're going to knock this thing around, and eventually this is going to fall into your fan, and I'm going to picture broken fan blades in the future. And you know what? That's entirely possible. So I think maybe a little bit of Velcro, something down here, put that there. And you got to bear in mind that this is angled. See the sharp angle on the front? So if you put something too large in here, like I have a one-of-a-kind Funko CareyHolzman, limited edition. He's got a laptop and a hammer and a little German Shepherd by his side. And if I were to place that on here, right, as it spins, as it gets to this part that sticks out, it's going to hit, and it'll just stop the fans and it won't spin anymore. So you've got to kind of do a little test run, whatever you put on here, to make sure that, you know, when this spins this way, it's got a certain clearance, and if it spins this way, it doesn't. So you might need to move something a little more forward, or you might need to just change your mind and put something else in there altogether, because that's too big. This was just perfect though. And this is not, it doesn't feel like resin. This feels like it's heavier than that. So when I place it down, it's solid. If you put something really light and plastic on there, that could be knocked over easily. This is not knocked over easily. I mean, it slides around. That may be a bigger problem, because if it gets to the edge and as it spins around at the edge, then it's going to hit the fan. So you definitely need to have it in the middle. And so I agree, whoever that was mentioning that in the comments, valid point, and maybe they should have included something or made this a non-stick, you know, kind of a rubbery surface, while also remaining illuminated. I don't know. I don't have the answer for that, but that seems like the perfect little showpiece. Or you just take this little stage out altogether, replace it with the cooling fan that's on an angle aimed at your GPU, if you're more concerned about performance than you are about looks, if you're pushing the computer hard enough to justify that. But I just wanted to catch you up from what I learned yesterday. And I want to take this off because I don't want to break it, because we're going to have to do some heavy lifting here as far as the work we have to do. I need to take the CPU cooler off of here. This was just put on for temporary use. This is the stock cooler that comes with a 12900, 13900, or 14900 CPU, not a K. And you'll notice the 12900, 13900, and 14900 CPUs are far more expensive than the quote-unquote better K version. And that's because it comes with this amazing cooler. It's one of the most impressive stock coolers I have ever seen. It's unlike any other Intel cooler. It's unlike any AMD cooler. And it comes at no additional charge. And people, for whatever reason, they're so brainwashed into thinking that cooler is not good enough. Or perhaps they just don't like the look. Maybe they're buying a certain case or going with a certain theme that this doesn't match. So they're all about the aesthetic, or they think the cooler is crap because it's a stock cooler. Without any further investigation, they conclude all stock coolers are crap, which is kind of racist against stock coolers. They're not all bad, and this one's quite good, and it's easily worth 50 bucks. So I go on eBay and I look for the Intel Laminar RGB, and people are selling them for like 30 bucks a piece with free shipping. Never been used. I mean, if you're not overclocking, if you don't have a K processor, if you just have a regular 12700, 13500, whatever, those coolers they come with are fine, but this cooler's RGB, and I think it looks way, way better. So Mara has convinced me to go ahead and stock up on a half dozen of them from eBay while we can get them, because the 15th gen new CPU supposedly uses the same coolers, the same mounting. So they should work for all the 15th gen as well. And that also means they're backwards compatible all the way back to 10th gen. So there you go. You don't have to spend a lot of money. And it's a great looking cooler that works really well, made by the manufacturer of the chip. I just wouldn't put it on a K series CPU. That's all. Ron Barnish, I'm a member for 26 months. Time is flying by, he says. Overkill won't fail, at least. Why would you say that? Overkill, you mean on the cooler? Won't fail. You know, a liquid cooler is more likely going to fail and is far more complicated to install, typically more expensive, and typically has a shorter lifespan than an air cooler. But I don't know. Is it more likely to fail if it's overkill, just in general, like overkill motherboard, overkill power supply? I don't think so. But I guess it depends on the context of what you mean. That's like, hey, 2 aspirin will help a headache, so, I'll take 10. 5 quarts of oil in the car is great, so I think I'll put in 15. Usually overkill is expensive, unnecessary, and causes problems, in my experience. In life in general, I enjoy eating the candy I collect during Halloween. But if I eat all the candy, I'm not going to feel good. Does he still trick or treat? You'll never know. I'm in disguise, and I'm the size of a child. Now give me some candy. Get in my van. Something's up. John Paul Bagan said the original AMD Wraith included has been one of the better packed-in coolers at that time. Yes, I agree. I think the Intel cooler is even better because the Wraith was all plastic and this Intel's all metal. It has got a really cool design that you can have this magnetic center that's always spinning, and it spins so fast that when you lock it in position, it kind of wobbles for a minute and then it just stays steady. So you don't have to unscrew anything, like with the AMD part that sticks out on the side of AMD coolers. It's always on the wrong side. It's like, it should face up. It shouldn't be towards the RAM or towards the back I/O. It should be up in the middle, and you can't rotate it, at least not easily. So, but again, at the time, compared to what other stock coolers were out, that was probably the best stock cooler from any manufacturer. We're getting better. Gary Jones says hello from Stoke-on-Trent in the UK. Cheers, Gary. Peter Lakecock says, good night, everyone. I'll catch up with you tomorrow. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us, Buster, and thank you so much for all of your help. We can't thank you enough. Have a good night. We'll hopefully see you again soon. Talk to you again soon. Looks like Mara's doing her research on a Thermaltake Tough Power DPS GRGB 1000 watt titanium. That sounds expensive, Mara. How much is that? $1 per watt? David Graham mentions Thermaltake GF3 1200 watt. 10-year warranty. Yeah, Thermaltake will have those long warranties. Seattle Doug says the set lighting needs improvement. Oh, we've got a lot of work. We've got a lot of work to do with the set. We do have lighting we've not installed, and the reason we haven't installed it is when we were doing our test videos here, everybody loved the lighting. But now that the days are getting shorter, it may be affecting the light coming in from the windows. You guys let me know. What do you think? I mean, as far as like looking into a black case, that's a whole different problem. But as for me and as for the background and the table, everything should be accurate color representation and proper brightness without me shining or without a lot of reflection. So trying to work on that, but we still have a lot of equipment that needs to be put away and sorted and organized. The studio is barely in a functional state at this point, but that's the first I've heard of anybody not liking the lighting. In fact, I was quite surprised at the response I got from viewers that said, leave it alone, it looks great. But I can understand that you can probably barely see inside of there. Here's the problem. I can barely see inside of there too. I'm not seeing it much different in person than you are. I'm closer to it, but you have the ability to potentially, if you're watching on a phone or a tablet, you can pinch the screen and make it bigger. I can't. I have to put on glasses and get a flashlight. Usually in cases like this, like with Studio B, we give Mara the handheld camera and let her do the close-ups. The studio is a big mess, and there's really nowhere to walk around safely without tripping over something. Once we get the studio set up, maybe by the beginning of December, I'm hoping, we can focus then more on lighting and sound. But we're doing the best we can under the circumstances to keep the show going during this process, which is, you know, I also have customers in the real world to maintain. So it's juggling a lot of things. I hope you understand. Kevin says, do you miss your bigger table from the old studio? I don't miss the height of it, but I need a table. Here's what I'm thinking. I need a table that's deeper than this one. I can control the height. I've got a crank over here, and I can raise and lower this table. I don't need an electric one. You know, I don't need something I push a button, I have to run a power cable. Once it's set, it's pretty much gonna be set. I could go and buy another one of these. These are just at Home Depot. They're made by Husky, I think. Yeah, Husky makes these. I also know someone that can build me a custom bench, but I mean, I like the fact this is on wheels and I can move it around easily. But I could also just buy another one and set it across, say, this way, and that'll give me extra room to the right. And then, you know, if I put it against a wall, it's not like I'm blocking a way out. It also means I have to shift everything this direction. So the alternative is I can have a custom bench made about this height, about, you know, heck, even if this had a leaf on it that we could lift up and give us an extra 8 to 12 inches, an extra foot, that would be about perfect. And lengthwise, it can never be too long. Like, I'll just keep stacking stuff on it. But again, there's so much work to be done here. I don't know that you can appreciate how much work it is to set up a studio like this. We have coolers and motherboards and CPUs and RAM and DDR4, DDR5, and Gen 3, Gen 4, Gen 5, different NVMe drives, different capacities, many old mechanical drives for testing NASs, even some brand new mechanical drives, and some NASs, and mini PCs, and some towers, and power supplies, and it's just a lot of stuff. And the way we moved it over here was just a little at a time, rather than, you know, loading up a big box truck and doing it all in one trip. I didn't want to do that in August when the humidity is high and the temperatures are high. So I did a little bit at a time, and I just set it somewhere on the floor. So I have some shelves that have to be rebuilt, and then they're on wheels and they can be moved around, and then everything won't feel so claustrophobic to me, because believe me, it's very claustrophobic in here right now. But I'm tired. Like, I've done enough moving. I need a little time off. But every day I try to just like move a couple of things. So it's made a big difference. Now I can walk through here without tripping over anything, as long as you stay on the path I made. Yeah, but it's gonna be great. It's just got to take some time. Frog says, try a Leon Lee 850 watt Platinum Edge. Oh, I know about the Platinum Edge, where they have the power connectors much more accessible. I don't think that's RGB though. I would like to keep it Thermaltake as much as possible, just because, like I say, Thermaltake isn't paying us to do this. But, you know, just like I'm staying with mostly everything I can get from Cougar that they make, that I'm aware of, I try to keep it all together so there's less fitment potential issues. Also gives me an excuse to try a cooler I normally wouldn't try. But same with Thermaltake. I normally wouldn't use their coolers. I've not had good luck. I don't like the way they mount. The cooler we used in the Apache works great. So, you know, my favorite liquid cooler right now is probably the NZXT Kraken, which I've been using for a long time. Now, I understand the Leon Lee Hydro Shift, you know, about $270, is also an excellent cooler. And I'm hoping the Trikes will be the new favorite. It all depends on how it mounts. You know, Arctic has their coolers, and apparently they are a nightmare to mount on some Intel systems. They're cheaper, but you got to work harder to put them in. If I was building something in an Arctic case and Arctic made a power supply and they made the cooler, I would make it all Arctic. If it was Segotep and Segotep makes the power supply and Segotep makes the case and Segotep makes the cooler, I did that with the Johnsbow TK1. I bought the Johnsbow case, the Johnsbow liquid cooler, which I had to order from South Korea. They don't even sell it in the US. Found it on eBay from Segotep, advertising on eBay. And there was these reverse blade fans. That was the other thing I wanted to talk about. These fans. What can I tell you? I'm old. I think if the fan is blowing the wrong direction or the other direction, it's spinning the other direction. Now, why do I think that? Well, we have ceiling fans in every room, and it's been that way for 30 years. It's hot here, and ceiling fans have become cheaper. And the ceiling fans can run in a clockwise direction or a counterclockwise direction. And the recommendation is to run it when you want to feel the air on you, let it run in the default clockwise configuration. And when you, in the wintertime, when you don't want the air on you, let it run counterclockwise and the fan will pull air up and circulate the hot air around. So when I see computer fans that are running the opposite direction, my first thought is those are spinning the opposite direction. But no, it's the fan blades. For those of you like me who didn't know this, it's the design of the fan blades that is different. And we first saw that, I think, on the Johnsbow TK1. I was like, oh, these spin in the same direction. And I realized when you look closely at the way the fan blades are shaped this way or that way, you have to really look at it. And why it's important is someday, I guarantee, one of these fans is going to die. And you better remember that that's a reverse blade fan. Not a reverse spin fan, but a reverse blade fan. Because if you change that out with a regular fan, it's going to look funky when you have one fan with blades going this direction and one fan with blades going that direction. Do you see the difference between these fan blades and how they're shaped, the way they're curved? It may be hard to tell on a flat screen, but when you're in person, you can see the depth of the curve. And then look at this one back here in the direction of those fans. So this fan is blowing air out, and these fans right over here, they're drawing air into this case. They're bringing air. How can I show you? They're bringing air in from outside this direction, and that one, this one is bringing air out this way. So anyway, the idea is that the air comes into the front, and if you have a fan down here instead of the platform, that's also blowing air this way, and it moves its way out. Now, with a liquid cooler that's got 3 fans, we're likely going to be blowing the air out the top. If we turn these fans around the other way, we won't see the RGB because we'll be looking at the back of the fan. That's why they simply didn't take the same fan here and put it over here. And this is what I want you to be aware of. If you buy a case that has these fans that are pretty much just for show, when it comes time to replace them, you better remember which one's a reverse blade, or you're going to waste some money and some time when it doesn't look right. Not to mention, your case definitely isn't going to cool as good. So we learned that. That was definitely hammered home on this build today, yesterday, for me. I think this is becoming more popular, reverse blade fans, and I think there are some coolers. Maybe Lian Li sells reverse blade fans that you can put on your cooler if you want to draw the air in instead. Or you can put them on your case. If you want to go, if we need to replace these fans and we can't find the Cougar replacements, then we can find CORSAIR or Lian Li, but we got to replace all of them or it's not going to look right. And that's like $100 for 3 fans. So this $200 case really isn't that expensive when you consider it's including 3 fans. Now this little platform, this is a $25 add-on. It just clicks in, just like that. That's all it is. And you can replace it with the fan that it comes with. There's a little filter under there if you don't want to have a little rotating show platform. And we covered all that in part 1, by the way. David said, I've been watching this channel for about 12 years, and this is definitely the best lighting, camera quality, and mic quality I've seen so far. Thank you, David. I appreciate the feedback. We're trying to make sure that you can see and hear me clearly, since I'm trying to educate and I'm trying to, show some thought process and how things go together, and not just say do it because I do it, but to explain why. And if you can't hear me or see me correctly or see what I'm working on, it kind of it makes the lesson or the education less effective. So I do appreciate any feedback regarding lighting and sound. Now there is a fan running in the background that I imagine in about 2 weeks won't be running anymore. And as we enter winter time, late fall and winter here in Phoenix, this studio should be whisper quiet because I won't need all these fans on me. Luke Greenia says, yes, Leon Lee makes reverse blade fans. I had to get a set of 3 for the Project Zero build. Sure, because you want them all to match. Bajan Guy says, does anyone's YouTube just crash for no reason? Crash on what? On an Android? On a Windows? On what? When did that start happening? Scott says he likes the paint color. There you go, Mara. We had long discussions about flooring, paint color. Yeah. We had to find a compromise. This is what we both agreed on. I think it's, what was the color of this? Sparrow. Sparrow? Sparrow, and then we had a darker gray called Rainmaster. It's Behr paints that Home Depot sells. B-E-H-R, sold at Home Depot. This is the color Sparrow. What am I, selling gallons of paint from Home Depot now? Come on. Not putting a link to it. Not doing it. Bajan Guy said his Windows is crashing. Are you just using a browser? Or are you using a YouTube app? And have you tried a different browser? David Graham said, yesterday, YouTube crashed twice for me. Was that also in Windows? Marvin Jameson, hey, there's Marvin. Always good to see our friend Marvin. He says, Carey, that paint color matches your t-shirt. Oh, you know what? Maybe that's why I like this color. Good catch. You ready for an upgrade yet, Marvin? Your PC still holding out? Ready to get that in here and get it updated? Marvin's a great guy. We've had him on video a few times. He said hello. 3-time Purple Heart recipient. Phil Stott is asking Mara if there is a wish list on Amazon. You know, we used to have a wish list, but I haven't kept it up. Most of the things we have that are basic studio necessities, we've got. The things we want now are things we want, not things we need, and they're all very, very expensive. So for that reason, I'm like, we do have an Amazon store that showcases, the keyboard, this turntable, everything I use on video. Most of it was purchased from Amazon. We have over 100 items. So if you see a screwdriver I'm using, or if you see the keyboard I'm using, the first thing you should go is check out the Amazon store. That'll show you all my tools and equipment. Most of it, anyway. Marvin said, yeah, he's ready for the upgrade when I have Studio C under control. Hey, maybe we should think about after the... I'm just thinking Studio C probably won't be prepared and finished until around early December. That's going to bring us right in between, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year. So why don't we talk about maybe January of 2025? That may be a great time to upgrade, because that might be like 4 years. I mean, that's a good upgrade window. Studio will be ready. And we'd love to have you join us again if you're willing to brave being on camera. We built Marvin's computer. He got taken to the cleaners from a PC builder. And we exposed all that and we fixed it all, sort of started from scratch for Marvin so he can game. And he's been using it ever since. As far as I know, doesn't have any issues with it. I started thinking it's been a while though. Probably time for an upgrade. We'll talk. Marvin's local here in Phoenix, so, you know, I don't have to deal with shipping. Kevin Smith says, it's honestly scary next year is 2025 because it feels like 2015 was yesterday. Well, I suppose that's a good thing, right? I mean, if you live to be 95 years old and you feel like you're 200 years old, I don't think you're having a good life. But if you're 95 years old and you still feel like you're in your 30s, I think that's the best you can hope for. Like if you feel like everything was just yesterday, I think that's better than, you know, sitting in a cell in a jail somewhere, not doing anything and marking days off the calendar as they go by, just waiting for the, like that sounds miserable to me. So what I'm saying is maybe the fact that things seem like they're happening quickly suggests you're having a good life. Marvin says January or February is fine with me. It'll be great to see you again. The Black Rock is running great. It's a Carey special. I didn't realize you named it the Black Rock. That's awesome. David Graham says he likes the Leon Lee Edge because I can use the collection and ready to click on the shortcuts. Oh, he's talking about Edge browser. He likes to use the Edge browser, not the Leon Lee Edge power supply. I see. Paul Stott says, I want to send you the tool drawer liner. Well, we have to measure it. In fact, we have some liners we're using in the kitchen that might just be perfect for my drawers. We order it in sheets. It's very inexpensive, and I appreciate the offer. I think the best way to support the channel are the Amazon gift cards, because then we can go and get the things we need. I may not stick with this desk, so the drawer liners at this point might sort of be redundant if I replace the desk. I haven't decided yet, but when I'm working on something this big, as you can see, you can't see the streaming computer anymore. There's nowhere to put it. I've got the mesh router over here, which really doesn't need to be on camera, but I don't have anywhere to put it. I've got a big curio cabinet up against my left side that doesn't even belong in this room. We had to get it out of the room to paint and all the electrical, and it's a big heavy curio cabinet. It's got to get wheeled out, but I can't wheel it out because there's a bunch of parts piled on the floor and against the wall that are blocking its path. So to get that out, I got to get some other stuff out of the way. And then when I turn the corner, I'm right back in the same situation. Then when it goes back in the room, I have all this room to my left freed up. And it'll also let a lot more light in because it's blocking some of the light coming in from the window there. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. Phil Stodd said the drawer liner comes in a bulk roll for only $10. Yeah, but I may not like it. See, that's the problem. I've had viewers send me things like lights that you wear on your head. I won't wear them. I think viewers have sent them 3 or 4 times. They're all at Studio A. I don't throw them away, but they go in a box. I don't like wearing them. I don't like them. People have sent me magnetic trays for screws. Oh, you just set your screws on your desk. I already have those. So I have a stack of magnetic trays that viewers thought they were doing me a favor and saying, here, you need to use this. I have them. I don't like using them. So that's why I think the Amazon gift cards are best, and then we can get what we need. As you can imagine, people don't like buying me things because I'm like, why'd you buy me this? Like, well, you already have everything you need. You're a hard guy to shop for. Give me a gift card. You know, I'll get what I need or what I want. We've been upgrading all of our network, the thin network cables. We're all category 6. And that can work with 10 gigs, but you really want 6A. And I have a big box full of network cables for my customers and in case I need one. And they're all Cat 6. And I'm like, oh, now I got to buy new 3-foot, 5-foot, 7-foot, 10-foot, 14-foot cables that are all 6A now if I want 10 gig. That doesn't mean my old cables are worthless. All of my customers are running at 1 or 2.5. I think they're all 1. So the only reason I need to replace the cables is because of me. And there's not that many, you know, that we're going 10 gig on. It just frustrates me because I thought, okay, I'll hoard these cables in case I ever need them. And then I needed one and they're not what I need. But they are what my customers need for now. Mara says, I dare you to get him a birthday gift. Oh, yeah. Gift cards, man. I'm telling you. You need to pay me in gift cards. All right. Maybe I'll do some work. Check the phone before we get started here real quick. I'll make sure I missed anything. Everything looks quiet. Very good. Right on. All right. So I need to get the cooler off of here so we can get this cooler on. That's going to be our project right now. An hour in and we're finally starting to do something. So this was put in to be temporary. We never intended to keep this in here. So it should be real easy to take off. You know, I don't have to use this. When it comes to taking any screws out of a case, electric drivers are always good to use. And we can unplug our RGB and unplug our power to the CPU fan here. It's never a good idea to pull the connectors out by the wires. You should grab the connector itself. Sometimes you don't have much choice though, unless you have a small screwdriver and you kind of pry it. But if you are pulling a connector by the wires, don't just yank on it. Be gentle, apply the force gradually, and wiggle it while you're pulling on it to try and loosen it. But be very careful because you can rip the wires right out of the connector. Now this, you can see how beautiful that thermal paste that was pre-applied had spread. Look at the coverage just on the default way Intel does it. It's perfect. And this piece, the back plate, we didn't take the sticker covers off because I didn't want to stick it because I knew it was coming right back off. So these two items stay together. They're going to go on my shelf with the rest of my coolers. I have a variety of different coolers, and I'm sure you will see it again. In the meantime, let me get the thermal compound, just the general wiping of it. You can use a paper towel. Instead of trying to use Q-tips, you'll be there forever. Get the bulk of it off with a paper towel. And as far as I'm concerned, that does a good enough job that this can go back on the shelf. This does not need to be cleaned with alcohol. And the reason why is, first of all, there's nothing that's going to get on my fingers or get on the shelf. If I don't clean the thermal compound off, it's going to get all over everything. Second, while this sits on the shelf, it may collect dust. And third, I may not remember if I cleaned it or not. So when I go to reuse this, you watch. I'll do this every time. If I'm applying thermal compound to a used cooler, something I've got laying around, I will always clean it, even if it's already clean, just to make sure I cleaned it. So that's then, but not now. We want to keep the back plate together, and this is how they ship it to you, with the screws holding in this back plate, and then you don't lose anything. And these screws are captive, so they won't fall out, you won't lose them. I cannot express how impressed I am with this stock Intel cooler. And I don't know why more content creators aren't talking about it. It looks great, it works great, and it's included at no additional cost on the 900 coolers, the non-K, 12900, 13900, 14900. And that's why they cost more. So that can go on a shelf. I'll put it over here for now. And I have to do the same thing to the CPU. We're going to get the bulk of the thermal compound off of there just by wiping it with a paper towel. And so, you know, our paper towel now has thermal compound all over it instead of our hands and everything else. Now, before I put the water block on to the CPU, I will get my isopropyl alcohol and Q-tips, and we'll get that really nice and clean. But for now, I mean, it's good enough to reuse right now, but just me, I'm gonna clean it. I get 1 degree more cooling by doing that. Anyway, with that, let's see. This is gonna need some room for me to set up. So I'm trying to figure out where I can put this. This back plate, as you recall, this goes on the back behind the CPU. So we have to remove it to get to the back. And I'm glad they have it, by the way. This is the thing that you would attach your 3.5 inch or 2.5 inch drives to. And we'll set that, checkpoint, please. I'll just set it here. Okay. Then we've got our little bag of, what's the name for this? Little project box here. We've got a case badge from EVGA, who no longer makes GPUs. And we'll just set that down here as well. All right, just all tripping hazards. And let me move the keyboard up. My glasses, I'm probably gonna need those. I'll just put them in the drawer. Now, none of these parts have been opened. Everything's taped closed, but I've owned them for probably close to a year. They've been sitting on a shelf waiting for the right project. So we're unboxing everything for the very first time. We are live and unscripted. You know, if we get anything DOA, if it's dead on arrival, we're well past our return period. Probably still under warranty though. I don't know. All right. Here's how it's packed in there. Pump, radiator, fans, mounting brackets. No, pump, radiator, fans. Oh, this is a fan controller, Cougar fan controller. We'll have to find a place for that. Of course, we got the fans. Oh, this is not a fan. This is the box of mounting parts right there. That's where they put it. These are our instructions. Once again, Cougar does really good with their instructions. This is a little remote control. This enables you to control your RGB remotely on the liquid cooler itself. But if you have a RGB, you wouldn't use this because this then would unsynchronize from the rest of your RGB. So in other words, all of these fans that we put in now, they're all synchronized. So we can have the patterns and things that we want. And even though this is made by the same company, if we use their fan controller, then, you know, it's got magnets on the back. We've shown this on the Apache build. I think we did the exact, no, wasn't the Apache. Robot's Foot build, that's where we use this. And it's a lot of cables and a lot of mess. So what I'm thinking is if we have room on the back of the fan controller for 3 more fans, you know what? We do. We have room back here for 3 more fans. Oh. And 3 more ARGB headers. So if we plug these fans using the fan controller already on the Cougar case with these Cougar fans, everything's synchronized in RGB without having to deal with this or this. This is for people, say you have an older computer that doesn't have any ARGB header on the motherboard. So if you have an Asus, you have the Aura software. But if you don't have the ARGB, you wouldn't use the Aura software. It would be very limited. So if you have an older computer and you want to control just the RGB, maybe this is the only RGB thing you have on it is the cooler, then you can control it with the remote, including turning the RGB off. But this only affects what's plugged into this. So we could reverse that. We could take that fan controller out and replace it with this one, but that one's already mounted and in place. It's good to go. There are options. And I suppose one of the benefits that I didn't purposely, intentionally put all the Cougar stuff together. For me, it's just overall fitment. But here's a great example where we're going to have compatibility guaranteed with that controller. As long as the cables reach, and we're only going from down, our cooler's going to be up here. We're only going to go that far with the cabling. That's also going to make cable management so much easier. Oh, I'm liking this build more and more. Now, if we grabbed a different manufacturer's cooler, this might be a completely different outcome. And I'm assuming this is all going to go smoothly because it looks like it's going to go much smoother than I expected. So here's the big radiator and pump. And Cougar and Be Quiet do this thing. There may be other manufacturers, but I know Be Quiet does this and Cougar does this. They give you an access port on the radiator with extra coolant. So this is a bottle. Bring it up to the camera, I'll show it to you closer. This is a bottle of coolant. And the purpose behind it is that you can top off your radiator as the fluid starts to evaporate over time. It may get noisy. And that'll be your indication you've got air in the system. And there are how-to videos, and it's probably in the instructions. You shouldn't have to do this when it's brand new. But you might want to put this away. So if you ever notice your pump is buzzing or making noise, probably low on fluid. Other pumps, all-in-one coolers are generally factory sealed. It's, works or it doesn't. So it's nice to see that starting to happen. But you've got to be careful because you don't want to do it when the system's on, and you don't want to get any of that fluid on any of your components, regardless. Regardless if it's, there's a word for that, non-conductive. The point is it's a mess, it's difficult to clean up. And for all I know, this is conductive. I have no idea. So be very, very careful when you're messing around with liquids, especially like with your radiator. Well, I guess I opened that up wrong. Just throw it on the floor. All right, let me bring this up to the camera. Hit my head. Knock some sense into me. So 360 millimeter radiator. That means it's going to hold 3 120 millimeter fans. 120 plus 120 plus 120 equals 360. You can put the fans on either side. That's what all these holes are for. And there's a little nub right here. And if you unscrew that or take it off, that is where you would fill the radiator or top it off with the coolant. That's what that little nub is right there. As we come down and look through to the bottom, we've got our pump with our flow indicator. And as the fluid moves, that little flow indicator or those impellers are going to turn very slowly. If you ever look at that when it's on and it's not turning, your pump is broken or you're out of fluid. Also, if you see bubbles in it, if you tilt it back and forth, you might see some bubbles. That's normal. It's not like you have to be completely free of the bubbles. However, if you're seeing a flow of bubbles constantly as it's running, and especially if it's making any noise, that's what that coolant is for, to top that off. But again, from the factory, this should be good to go. In fact, I think the Thermaltake all-in-one cooler we used on the Apache, I think it buzzes a little bit because there's air in the system. But there's no way to fix it. It's all sealed. So we live with it. It's not loud, it's just, how am I gonna get by here? This is a challenge. All right, it's gonna keep me in shape. So we have to picture how we're gonna put this in before we decide where the fans are gonna go and which direction we're gonna have the cables. We want the cables to come out this way. right? We don't want to wrap the cable around the fan. And we want to put the radiator up here because that's the only place we could fit anything that large on this case. So I need to sort of picture this in my head. If we put it in this way, and by the way, there is a Cougar logo right here, which we obviously want to see. And there's also one on the other side. So we can put this in like this and run the cables. So generally, not always, generally when you're putting the pump on, the hoses go towards the ram on most builds. Not on all, but on most. So the pump would go here, and then if we put this way, you'll see those hoses will get in the way of the rear fan. If we turn it around this way, this is normally the way I prefer. The hose is on the right, and you put this by the ram. It does a little bit cover the ram with the hoses. And then the fans will go underneath. So the question is, do we put it on that way, or we turn it around? Either way, it's going to work fine. The hoses are definitely less in the way there, but I know it's hard for you to see this. What's happening, let's see if I can just take it out and leave it like in this position. Doesn't want to come out. So what's happening are the hoses then go over the flow indicator, making it difficult to see. I guess that's the idea behind the Lee-on-Lee Hydra shifter. The hoses are really short. They're already tucked in. You can't get rid of them, but they really did a great job of hiding them. No matter which direction we put this in, we're either going to have the hoses slightly going over the RGB RAM, distracting from the look, or we have the hoses going slightly over the top of the pump. I suppose we could get some nylon zip ties and try and control those hoses to some extent. But what do you guys prefer? Do you think the hoses should go the traditional way I put them, coming down here? Or should the hoses come down in front of this fan and sort of block the fan and the top of the pump, or block the top of the RGB? Not block it entirely. What do you guys think? Let me catch up in the chat room over here. A lot of people are reporting their browser is crashing while watching my video. That's odd. I will say, looking at OBS, we're having a perfect upload. We have 0 drop frames so far. Everything is functioning on my side as it should. However, I can't control what's happening at YouTube. It's pretty interesting. I've never seen this affect a bunch of people like that. Okay, don't put the hoses near the fans. Natterman says, Carey, I like the first for mount. Traditional. David Graham also says the old way. Raphael says also hide the ram. It doesn't hide it. It just kind of, you know, you don't get the full. I mean, the glass on this is pretty well smoked anyway. You know, it's not clear glass. It's tinted. So I'm not quite sure how much you're going to see. It's just that the RGB, which would shine through the tint, will have the hoses sort of covering pieces of the RGB. But on either way, we're either covering it on the rear fan slightly or on the RAM slightly. Let's see. Samuel Kowalski says we should just block the rear fan so we can see the RAM. See, the reason we have to figure this out now is it determines which side we're going to put the fans on, and of course, which way the cables are going to come out. Bajan guy said he's back, now he's using Firefox. We'll see if Firefox works better for you. Hey, Mara, what is your preference on the hoses? She's the one that's got to live with it, at least for a couple months.
That's a great question. I've been toiling over that thought.
Well, come look at it in person. If I put this here like this,
Yeah.
and let's say the pump goes on this orientation, right, like this.
Right.
You see how it's going to cover the ram?
I do. Yeah.
But if I turn it around, I don't break it. And again, the pump has to go on. I'm getting myself confused. If I put it in this direction, and then the pump's got to go on. Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, it wants to go on that way. It would work upside down. But either way, we're still blocking that rear fan, right? So if I turn this orientation,
The saving grace with the rear fan, though, is the RGB.
and here's the thing, you're sort of blocking the flow indicator with the hoses.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Wow. So, you know, on one hand, blocking the rear fan doesn't bother me too much because with the RGB, you're not really going to block the fan, right?
Yeah, but it's going over the top of the cooler that bothers me.
I see that, and that is a little bit of a concern. But you know, not too much. It's not, you know.
Oh, this is probably a fill valve here. I see it. There's a little screw here. Maybe that's the fill valve. I mean, I don't know if this cover comes off and we can turn it around, put the hoses on the other side, but it's still going to.
I think the hoses covering the screen a little bit, and or the flow indicator.
Yeah.
And the hoses going over the rear fan is probably the better idea.
Okay. And we might be able, once it's installed, we might be able to use some.
It's way too prominent. It like stands out. Like,
but it's still possible on either way that we can use some zip ties and find a way. It's just they're short. They're very inflexible. Right. And I don't know until it's installed how much play I can get around.
I don't want to impede them. So.
Well, no, you're not going to impede them by tying them together and hooking them onto a bridge. Right. That'll be fine. It's just that you're not going to. It's not as malleable as a wire.
Right. No,
so
I get it. And I still think that going that allowing the hoses to kind of cover the rear fan is probably the better idea, at least from my perspective.
Do they have any pictures of this on Amazon with a cooler in it?
Not really good ones. They're not very clear.
Wondering how the marketing people showed it. William Denton said, cover the RAM. Tony says, I don't know. I can't read what that is. Gary says, over the RAM. Bajan guy, bring the hoses past the RAM. Samuel Kowalski said he's watching us using the Opera browser and he's having no crashing. I'm watching on Chrome. I have it open. It hasn't crashed on me. I'm watching it the same way you guys watch it. Plus I have my YouTube studio open. A shout out to Diesel Doctor. Thanks for joining us and becoming a member here. And Ron Barnish, a shout out to him. And again, Paul O'Brien for his super chat, as well as Peter Laycock and David Graham and Samuel Kowalski. Really appreciate your support here, guys. We love having you here. Douglas Purcell thinks we should cover the RAM. The lady in the background should be mic'd up. Well, unfortunately, that takes a lot of work. We're not using a boom microphone. We've got a wireless microphone setup, and each microphone has to be tuned to the receiver. So if I need to ask her a question really quick, I'm really doing it for me, not for you guys, right? I'm sort of letting you be a fly on the wall as I work on this project. This is a project that I would like to show you my process, but you know, I'm trying to kill two birds with one stone.
Interestingly, the white one does show a picture with a white Cougar cooler
Yeah.
with the hoses at the bottom that are slightly covering the bottom of the ram and going over that way.
So the hoses were longer, but the hoses came out the left side and went down and then over to the pump.
Yeah, but they're covering the ram. They're going that way. They're
Oh, so they're coming out the right side?
Yeah.
Well, I'm asking, are the hoses coming down from the right or the left if you're looking at the case in this orientation?
They're coming from the left.
Go look at it.
The picture's a little different.
Phil's not said nobody cares. You don't have to care. That's fine. Some people, I'm looking for a consensus. That's all. If you don't want to participate in it, you know, don't feel obligated. Either way, it's going to work fine. This is really an aesthetic choice. It's like I'm asking which color do you prefer, right? And if a bunch of people say blue and only a few people say green, I'll go with blue. Go with the consensus. Because it's either way, it's good for me. I'll make it work one way or the other. Frankie B thinks we should cover the RAM. Netterman said there are builds in this case with it passing over the RAM but doesn't cover the RAM a lot. Yeah, well, like I said, with some cable management, I'm sure we can minimize that. I just don't know if I can completely eliminate it until it's installed. And I don't want to have to take it back out, turn it all back around, flip the fans to the other side, or reverse the fans. Everything has to be taken apart. And I'd rather do this once and get it done right the first time. But either way, I'm not quite sure how much I can do in cable management. It's the question of which one are you more likely going to see through that smoked tinted window. And so what Mara is saying is the RGB RAM is the thing that should...
Glasses nearby?
I do have my glasses.
Or your phone?
Go to my phone. Why can't I just bring it up here?
Oh, okay. Sure.
Oh, wait. You sent me a link.
Well, not like a picture.
You sent me a picture?
A very an up close picture.
And this is from the marketing? This is from the company?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Oh, this is a different Cougar cooler. It is slightly covering the RAM.
Yeah.
That's the normal way. And the consensus in the chat room is let it cover a bit of the RAM. Because when you cable manage it, you can minimize.
It's going to cover the top, and it kind of goes. It's more the top than the bottom, and for me, that bothers me.
That bothers you.
That bothers me.
You don't want it even slightly obstructed.
If it was at the bottom, it would make it. If like that, that would make a huge difference.
Well, the reason, I don't know if people can see this, but the reason those hoses are at the bottom of the RAM, those are longer hoses, right? I mean, these hoses are pretty long. We might be able to do the same thing. I just don't know until I install it. And I don't want to take it all back apart.
Well, let's play with it. Let's see what we can fluff, get flexible.
So do I do it in the traditional way, knowing it may slightly obscure the RAM a little bit, or do we reverse it and put the cable that's going to kind of block the flow indicator as well as the rear fan? I mean, I really like the flow indicator. I think it should be very visible at all times. I want to make sure that liquid is flowing.
Of course.
I don't care about my temps. I care to see that everything's working.
Of course. Yeah, sure. Okay, well, then let's go with your idea.
Just put it in the traditional way.
Sure, put it in the traditional way.
Okay. I mean, if I have to take it apart and reverse it, I will. I just don't. Okay. There's a part where the fun goes away when I have to do something
I understand.
Involving 4, 8, 12, involving 24 different screws, 26 different screws, the thermal paste, reversing everything around.
Right.
Then it's not fun anymore.
Okay, then do it so that it's fun for you, and perhaps we can provide our wonderful audience some ideas.
Considerations. If it looks really terrible, I'll take it apart and reverse it.
Of course.
And then if that looks worse, then I'll reverse it again and put it back the way it was. So I'll take it apart.
Let's be scientists and experiment.
Oh, YouTube just crashed on me.
In regards to
it says, "Oh snap! Something went wrong. We'll display in this web page. Error
related?
Out of memory."
Is that related to the bit rate?
YouTube is taking our bit rate on their ingest servers and converting it. That's nothing to do with us.
But
You're having OSNAP error because Chrome is having problems loading.
Yeah.
If you receive a page loading to correct the problem,
happened to me 3 times.
reload the page. So I hit reload.
And only on your channel.
Check your internet connection. It's fine. Delete your cache.
Only on your channel. This is the only place.
Open your page in incognito mode. Delete your cache and cookies. Delete browsing data of all time.
But it's only happening on your channel. That's why.
How do we know it's only happening with my channel? How do we know this isn't happening with other?
From my experience, this is when it happens. This is the only time it happens.
And then you refresh it, and it's back up and running.
It's back up, yeah. And then it.
I think this is YouTube.
It's happened.
I don't think it's got anything to do with us.
Okay, well, I'm just wondering because remember your bit rate is.
Yeah, but the bit rate would be normal if we were at 4K. So it's not like the bit rate's too high.
I understand it, but having that higher bit rate can also cause issue for people that have slower.
We are getting a message from YouTube Studio that says the stream's current bit rate is higher than the recommended.
And that's why I assume, and I mean, I don't know for sure, but it's just a thought.
They want a bit rate, to give you an idea, they want a bit rate of 6,800.
Yeah.
We're bit rating at 14,000.
I know. So it's a bit high.
So it's almost, but what happens if we don't do that? When I go picture in picture, they get blur.
I understand. Maybe we need to find a happy balance, a compromise.
There may be something, maybe the camera's at 29 or 30 frames a second. No, I think the camera's at 24 and OBS is at 29. That could be a problem, synchronizing the different frame rates.
Right.
This camera can do 4K at 60, but the capture card's only doing 1080 at 30. I think maybe it'll do 60. And then OBS is set to be 1080 at 30, 29.97.
Sure.
There may be something out of sync in that whole sequence of
it's entirely possible.
that the lower bit rate then would work, but the higher bit rate's necessary maybe for the frame rate.
I'd be curious to start with the one thing such as lowering bit rate a tiny bit and just see.
Well, I think lower the frame rate on everything to 24, which is what a movie is. A movie is 24 frames per second.
Sure.
And that camera output doesn't offer me a 30. It only offers me 24 or 60 for some reason.
Okay.
So I think it's set at 24 now, but OBS is up converting it to 30. And I think that's what, I don't know.
So many possibilities. But
video production is complicated, and it has nothing to do with any of this. It's a whole different skill set.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll put this in the traditional way.
Okay.
All right.
Start there.
So a half an hour later, we've made a decision. Mr. Rick says the stream is fine. Samuel says just use your 4K capture card. So that when I have my 4K capture card in, when I boot up a computer for the first time, it defaults to 4K and all the text and icons are like that tiny. And the screen's too far away, I can't see it, I have to change it every single time. We may end up trying 4K again now that we have the bandwidth to cover it. And we do have a capture card to use. And I do have a spare, that little nook that I showed you the other day. I can easily turn that into a streamer that's 4K, and we can experiment with that. It would be no big deal. It's just a matter of finding the time to get it done. Remember, I still have the studio to set up. We still have a lot of projects going on. But we'll get there. Hang in there. We'll get there. Waddle says set the camera to 60. I think it was set to 60 and I dropped it to 24 in the hopes that that might solve the problem. And the idea and the reason why I set it to 60 was that the focus would be checking 60 times per second, so the autofocus would be quicker. That's the logic. It has nothing to do with the actual video motion. You know, 60 is typically used for fast capture. The capture card we're using won't accept, I don't think it will accept 60. I have to look into it. And then if I broadcast at 60, if you're the viewer and you don't have enough bandwidth to watch 60, you can't watch the video. There's no option to drop it to 30. You can drop the resolution, right? But if you want to watch, if I do 1080 at 60, that's the only way you can play back 1080. And if you don't have the bandwidth for that, you're going to have to watch 720 or lower res. And that's why I got a lot of complaints from viewers when 4 years ago, when I tried 4K. Now, 4 years later, I'm sure a lot more people have broadband, and it may not be such an issue, and that's why we need to experiment with it again and see what happens. So I'm on the same page with you. It's just not a high priority right now. Raven says, things that make you go, is that a faster CPU or RAM? Not sure I understand the question. All of the parts for the build are listed. I believe we've got them listed in the notes below this video. If not, they're definitely in the notes in part 1 for sure. But I think she copied them over. John Lewis says, I am watching you on a smart TV in Brazil and the video is fine. Yeah, I don't know that 4K is really necessary for this kind of video, but I just want to play with it. Will the position of the, this is from Poorly Boy in the chat, will the position of the cooler make any difference when installing the graphics card? No, the hoses won't go that low. No. And we can tie the hoses up, so. And yes, Mara has confirmed all of the parts lists in the show notes of today's video are there below the video, just as they were in part 1. If you're curious, what RAM are we using? What CPU? That's all in the parts list below the video. And also, we show this whole thing being assembled yesterday in part 1. So please go and watch part 1 first. Natterman says, I need Carey in 4K. Nobody needs Carey in 4K. And Mara says she's got a link to part 1 of this process in the video notes as well. David Graham said stickers make it go faster, but the CPU first for speed, then RAM, then GPU. Anyway, all right, so if we're going to put this in the traditional way, snap out of it. Get this out of the way. I don't know why these are in. Here's the thing that really baffles me. Sometimes manufacturers enclose a package that's sealed and you have to tear it open to get the screws and things. And then when you want to put the screws that you have left over back in the bag, it's not a Ziploc, it's not resealable. But on the other hand, there's parts you're only going to take out once, like this fan. And instead of just putting it in a cheap bag, they put it in a nice little Ziploc bag that you could put extra parts in that I won't have. It's too big of a bag to hold extra screws. I'll be interested to see if they use Ziplocs inside of here, because I might just end up reusing these reclosable, resealable bags for all the extra brackets and parts we're going to have. Because remember, we can mount this on a variety of different AMD sockets and a variety of Intel sockets. So they've got all those options in here. And we're only going to use the option for our board, and all the other options are left over. So the question is, did they put the parts that are left over in Ziploc bags? Because this is all Ziploc bag. Even this remote control, the fan controller, it's all resealable. Very strange. I only say it because I think those bags are more expensive, the resealable bags. Let's take a look inside and see if we got consistency. Oh, another Ziploc bag. All right, get rid of that. I'll find it. Okay, dokie. We have a bracket. That's not good. So it falls and it hits the fan controller, which is magnetized. All right, so here's one bracket. Here's the other bracket. One's for AMD, one's for Intel, I guess. I don't know. Wow, they are super chintzy on the thermal compound. I don't think I'm going to use this. I don't think there's enough in there. For the price of this cooler, That's a big negative coming from Uncle Carey. There's no reason we shouldn't have gotten a little tube of thermal compound. And then they include this completely unnecessary spatula for spreading the thermal compound. Let me bring this up to the camera so you can see how insignificant and stupid this is. Otherwise, it's a great cooler. And I've been real happy with CORSAIR's choices right up until now. Let me jump over here to, there we go. So we got the spatula and a little tiny cooler. And you're supposed to spread your thermal compound down with this. What? So now you got to be a plumber to put the liquid cooling in. You got to be a technician to do all the work on the wires and the motherboard. And now apparently you've got to be a chef, and you've got to decorate a cake. Gosh. I remember back in the day when a computer was a computer. Men were men, women were women, computers were computers.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, you got your glasses? Get your phone out.
Oh no, here we go.
Question.
Okay, that's the stock.
Yeah, but do you see the cooler and with the? It looks like really long hoses.
That's a different cooler, but what Mara is asking me about is this stock photo showing the hoses just going a bit under the ram. But you got to remember the angle this photo was taken at.
Sure, sure.
Right,
But
and then that's compared.
Are they longer hoses? Is that?
Well, it's not the same cooler, first of all.
Right.
And then the other photo she sent was the white version, where the hoses are slightly covering the bottom of the ram.
Yeah.
Which is what I would expect them to do. But I don't know until I install it how much cable management we can do with the hoses.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know yet. So we're going to find out. But this is exactly what I was afraid of. The little tiny screws. This is so stupid. Let me bring this up to the camera and show you. These are the parts that need to be in a Ziploc bag because you're not going to use all these parts. Little tiny screws. You got 2 bags and they're sealed. They are not resealable bags. These are the only 2 bags that should be sealed. These are the only 2 bags that should be resealable because you're going to have leftovers. Where are you going to put them once you tear this bag open where they don't fall out? You need a Ziploc bag for these. All these other bags are one-time use bags. You're done with them. So I'm going to put 4 or 5 little screws in a giant Ziploc because that's... Why'd they do that? Just to be annoying. So stupid. You'll notice anytime I get those little Ziploc bags, this one's a bit large, but anytime I get one that's empty, you'll see me stick it in a drawer. And this is exactly why. So that when I work on a system like this, and I tear this bag open and take the screws out, I'll go open the drawer, pull out one of those little plastic bags, the Ziplocs that are about this size, put the screws in there and throw the torn bag out. It's so dumb. Now, because it comes with thermal compound and that little spreader tool, this has to have thermal, this is clean. There's no pre-applied thermal compound here like we had on the Intel stock cooler. And there's a little plastic cover that you need to remember to remove just prior to installing the pump. So we're going to leave it on for now. This keeps this surface clear of any dust or fingerprints or oils from your skin. Even though that may only make a 1 or 2 degree difference at most, if you want to get the best possible cooling, you need to make sure both surfaces are completely free of any dirt, debris, or oil. So that's covered like that. Now, when the thermal compound is pre-applied, that's usually a plastic cover that goes over the entire pump at the bottom. And you take that plastic cover off and it exposes the thermal compound and there's no, you don't have to peel anything off. That's what the plastic cover's for. Or in Intel's case, it's in a box and the box is cut in a way that nothing is around the thermal compound. So it doesn't have it's not hermetically sealed. It's just protected from debris. Sharon says, I am loving this episode. A lot of surprises and it's very entertaining. Sometime amateur hour is what we need to enjoy a show. Good job, Carey, and thanks for the laughs. Well, I do try to keep it real, right? And so the amateur hour thing is just suggesting we are not polished, scripted, and edited. But it's not amateurish in the sense that we don't know what we're doing. We know exactly what to do, but we have options and we have decisions to make. And none of those decisions are necessarily wrong. In the case of like, what direction do we put the cooler on? It's personal preference. So when you watch a highly polished and edited video, you're kind of watching a commercial, honestly. And they're taking away, for me as a viewer, they're taking away the experience of doing it. And I'm hoping by sharing this with you, if you decide to ever do this, it won't be a foreign concept. You'll understand, oh, okay, Carey talked about this, and you kind of have an idea of how long this takes. How much time in your day do you need to set aside to do this? And when it's edited and all this is already done, it's kind of a lie. You know, they're showing you a process that's not complete. They're editing out the spots where you have to wait or take your time. And I don't know, it just bothers me. I feel like it's deceptive. It's like, well, that's not how that works in real life. So we can call it amateur, I guess, but I just call it real. But I appreciate your feedback. Zvi says, hey, Carey, you can only connect the radiator with 2 screws. That's correct. The well, not the radiator. You think you're talking about the pump. The pump can only go on one of 2 ways. But either way, the pump is going to go on the same way, regardless of which way we orient. In other words, this Cougar logo appears to only stay in that direction. It doesn't seem to be rotatable. Rotatable? And typically when I install radiators, these hoses are going to be close to the ram. They're going to be on the side of the ram. It's not going to be up or down or over the I/O shield. Now on some coolers you can orient them in any direction. This cooler can only orient this way or upside down, right? So if I turn the radiator the other way and mount it this way in the case, the block is still going to go on with the hoses towards the rim, regardless if I put it on this way or I put it on this way. This doesn't change. So yeah, there's only 2 screws. 1 screw here. This is the same with the other Cougar that we did on the robot's foot. 1 screw here, 1 screw there. So the brackets are obviously going to go on this way, not this way. You'll see. Thank you, Zvi, for just pointing that out to others who, you know, I didn't talk about that, so. What am I missing here? Phil Stott remembers when memory was sold in sleeves. Yeah, you'd get the tube of RAM of the chips. It'd be 8 chips or 9 chips, depending on if the customer wanted parity. And you had to seat each one individually, and you'd get them in these real skinny tubes, and you pop the cap off the end and slide them out. Wow, that brings back memories. All right. Yeah, and the other thing that I like to do different than other channels, I've seen other live channels that don't really interact with their chat room very much. And that's their choice if they want to. It certainly slows the build process down, but we're also here to build community. So if you're somebody that's like, you know, really anxious, just get it done, I want to watch a build video, you're not really being a part of our community. You just want to be a spectator. And that's okay, you're allowed to, but you have to understand you're not getting the point of the channel. The point of the channel is for you to join our chat room and say hello and be nice. And people will be nice back to you. That's how it works. And if you support us and help us with being able to get these components, we certainly appreciate that, because without your support, we would not be able to do this. So other people have paid for this to happen. And a lot of those people are joining us in chat, and I want to talk to them. And if you're a viewer and you're not a supporter, and you're like, hey, you know, this takes too long, that's like going to dinner with your family, and then everybody's having a discussion and eating slowly, and you finished your meal in 5 minutes and you want to leave. The eating wasn't the point. It was the gathering. So we do hope you will change your mindset of what to expect if you're in that school of thought. We're very, very different from other YouTube content. Now, if other YouTube content starts doing this, we'll do something else. So we do hope you'll join us in the chat and communicate and gather with us. It's a really cool place to be. And it's way cooler than anything I'm doing on camera. All right. Let's see. Mara says we'll do commercials. Let me tell you about a personal grooming device for your male private area. What? I'm seeing other tech channels talking about personal grooming devices in the middle of it. I promise you, I'm not going there. It's better be a big check if I'm going to introduce shaving devices and grooming devices in a tech channel specifically for men, not for women, just for men. Wow, I'm blown away at the money grab on that. Anyway, let's see. So if we put this in, let me get back to this. If we put this in the way I normally do it, it goes in this way. I think that's the way we all agreed. The pump with the hoses will go towards the ram. And that means these fans, they need to go on with those supports back there up against the back of the radiator. And we want the wires, both the power and ARGB wires, to come out. Let's see, this goes on there. No, it would be this way. I had it. No, it would be this way. No? How do I do this without twisting it? This goes on the, this is going to be up above, to the left, or to the right. It's going to be, somewhere it's going to be twisted. Goes on, it comes down. That would place it upside down. We do have to put a twist in it. If we go the other way, oh, there's no twist in it that way. Oh, that's interesting. If we go this way, watch the hoses, they twist. See that? The problem with that is it makes cable management more difficult, right? Because one cable is going to be on top of the other cable at some point. That could be a problem. I think we need to go the other way, guys. If we want to keep the hoses straight, then we want to go this way. If I go this way, the hoses twist. You can still cable manage them, but they definitely aren't going to look as pretty. Ugh. But that also means we go over the block. But these are, these go up like this. Check this out. We can bend. On some water blocks, the hoses are attached and swivel. On others, they're just, the cheaper the cooler is, the less likely these are movable. I think we're going to be okay going to the left. It does slightly block the rear fan, but the other direction, we'll try this one more time. Oh gosh, that's really tight. Then that would cover the block. It's all just looks. It's going to work the same regardless. I'm just putting this much effort into making it look right. This is why things like RGB and stuff like that, it's a nightmare for repair shops. It's just a lot more added work that we don't do for businesses. And customers don't want to pay the added money, and they don't want to wait the added time it takes if you care and you want to do it right and you're working with parts you've never worked with before. I think we got to go that way. Okay, so if we go that way, the fans are going to go on the same side of the radiator is where the hoses attach. So we're going to be on the bottom. And we want the fans with the, where you see these brackets, these are going to go towards the radiator. So it's going to, you're going to visibly see all the RGB up here on these fans that will synchronize with all the other fans. So that's the idea. And we want these cables that come out of this fan to be as right up against the back of the board. So we can mount the fan any of the 4 directions, but cable routing dictates we install in the direction where the cable runs the shortest length and is hidden as much as possible. That'll be the back of the radiator. So you got to imagine which side of this is going to be the back. When I install this, it's going to go in this way. And if that's the case, this side of the radiator is going to be the back, this side. So when I turn the radiator upside down to put the fans on, it's now the other side, right? It was this side I was pointing at. Now it's this side here. This edge will be up against the back of the motherboard tray. It's a little confusing, but that means these fans need to go on this way, so the wires are coming out what will be the top. I could get away with maybe this way here and run the wires. Either way, won't matter. There's no labels or stickers on this, so you don't have to worry about anything being upside down. There is a label on the back, but that's up against the radiator. No one's going to ever see it. So if we put one there, put one there, again, make sure you get your orientation and direction of airflow correct. Then we have all of our wires all coming out towards the back. So when I flip this the other way around, you should be good to go. The problem is if I turn the radiator, like if I decide I don't want the hoses on this side, I want them on that side, now these wires are in the wrong position. They need to be on the opposite side. That means taking out 4 screws per fan, including removing the radiator, and maybe even having to remove the block just to make that simple change. That's why it's so important to me to get it done right the first time, because I'll enjoy doing this the first time. After that, it's a job. I think a lot of people don't put that much thought into it, but we've got a lot of money in this. It's not like I found it in a dumpster. We've got a lot of money in this, and it should look right. Netterman said you definitely could have mounted the radiator a few times by now. I could have. But that's not the point. This is the thing I don't understand. There's this go, go, go mentality that seems to have infected a lot of people, typically those that live in a big city. Go, rush, go, now, fast. But whatever happened to the people who, let's say, live in the country? Let's say they're homesteaders, and they take their time. They don't go out to eat. They don't go to fast food. They grow their own garden. They have everything there. There's not a clock in the world. It's just sunrise to sundown. And you just take your time and you do things with care. Would you rather have that meal that they make on the homestead, or would you rather go to fast food? And what I'm trying to do is bring back the enjoyment of building. I'm not here about the speed of building. It's as much as part of the conversation with the community while I'm building and discussing back and forth. That's where people are missing the point of my channel. We're not here to build as fast as possible. This isn't a race, and it takes the fun out of it for me. Slow down, take your time, enjoy your build. Don't worry about how fast you're doing it. Don't worry about how slow you're doing it. Think about what you're doing. Do it right the first time so you don't have to back it all out and do it again unless you want to. I only want to do this once. If I wasn't filming this and we weren't having a conversation, we'd be done long ago. We'd have been done yesterday. If I make a meal for myself and eat it alone, 15 minutes. But if you join me and we're talking during that meal, it might be a 90-minute meal that I could have finished in 15 minutes. How is this any different? So just bear that in mind. If you don't like that style, you're not going to like my channel. But I don't know any other channel that offers this level of community where we're all gathered around a table, like having a dinner. But instead of having a dinner, we're just building a PC casually. We're talking about the reasons why we do certain things, what to look out for, what options you have, and answer any questions or concerns. Nice and easy, old school, country style computer building. Hatterman said, I live in the country. I'm a well-water kid. And he says, you've been coming here for years and I enjoy the process. Right, I appreciate that, Natterman. Thank you. David Graham says, no rush. We enjoy the chat and chatting with you. We already know how it's going to end. Oh, we know it's going to work. Hoda Boy said, Michigan here. I enjoyed the build part of a PC. I always give it a few hours. Hate the program installing. Oh yeah, setting up Windows and all, and getting all your programs, printers, email. Yeah, he doesn't like that part of the process. But if you do it right the first time, you shouldn't have to do it again for years. A lot of the computers I build, once we get them set up, they're running 8 to 10 years without any issues at all. And then, of course, make an Acronis image or do a backup image using something so that in the future you'll never have to do that again. The other man wants to know where my Coca-Cola is. It just doesn't satisfy me as much. You know, nobody's paying me to drink their whatever, Gatorade or Coke. Just getting older. And my desire for what I want to eat, my cravings, are changing. Little tiny bit. So I don't, usually nowadays I have a Coke at dinner. And dinner's pretty much the only meal I eat. I don't eat breakfast, I don't eat lunch. I will graze, I'll snack all day, get a handful of Doritos here and there, some Cheetos, get cheese dust on my fingers, just a handful. According to the scale, it's several handfuls. But I just graze. And then at that point, when I'm sitting down for a proper meal, I'll order a Coke if I'm out. But it used to not be that way. It used to be a Coke, 3-4 Coca-Colas a day. It's just not satisfying me anymore. So I'm evolving. What can I tell you? Let's see. Let's get these fans put in. So we've got a bag of very long screws here. Let me show these to you because these are all together. They're all the same screw in one bag. And you'll notice there's probably about 16 of them if I had to guess. There's probably enough. No, it's got to be 24. Let's count how many we've got in here. These are long because they have to go all the way through the thickness of the fan down into the radiator. And if you put fans on the other side of the radiator, you can do both push-pull configuration. Then you're going to need 4, 8, 12 screws for each side. Now we're only putting fans on one side. I think the push-pull is overkill. It doesn't make that big of a difference in cooling a couple of degrees. And it draws a lot more power, and the fan motors create a lot of heat. And they make more noise. I don't get why people do that other than because they can. Oh, we also have the little tiny screws in here as well. So we have these longer screws and these shorter screws. Now the short ones, the reason these are so short is these are intended to go directly into the radiator. So say from the top of the case here, we have slots. And these screws are meant to go into the slot of your case and then into the radiator, but they don't want to go too far into the radiator. Just like the old 3.5-inch hard drives, you don't want really long screws. You want to keep those screws rather short. So the short screws are fixing the radiator to the case. The long screws are for fixing the fans to the radiator. In some cases, you might have fans on top and you can run them. You can actually attach the case through the fan into the radiator and just use the long screws. Now, if we did that, we wouldn't see any RGB. It'd be sandwiched up here. It wouldn't make any sense visually. It would work approximately the same as far as effectiveness. And we would save having to put in 12 more screws. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's all they give you. If you want to put fans on the other side, you're on your own. And we probably have 12 of the small ones as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There are 12 holes on each side of the radiator because you can mount the fans on either side. So on one side, we mount the fans. On the other side, we use the short screws, and you don't have to use all 12 holes to secure the radiator. Honestly, just 2 on each side is probably all you need. But because we've got them, because we're there, and there's no harm in it, we will use all 12 on both sides. And the instructions will tell you to do that. But engineering-wise, yeah, you just need 2 on each side, you're fine. But I'm going to use all 12. And I always use all 12, even though it's totally over the top. So this is our orientation. All right, so now let's start the screws. Now, these fans have rubber grommets on them. When you tighten the fans down on a screw, you don't want to over-tighten. The reason the rubber grommets are in the corners, or there's like a rubber pad, is to absorb vibration. And if you're tightening the screw so tight that you see the rubber pad start to dip, you've over-tightened your fan. Don't torque them down. As soon as you see the rubber pad start to have an indent from the screw, stop, don't go any further. If you want, you could even back it off a quarter turn. If you continue to tighten it, the screw could tear through the rubber absorption pad, and then of course it doesn't absorb the vibration like it's supposed to, and you may end up with a very loud cooler. Katrina H. joins us and says hello. Craig Dollar says, I'm on a 40-pack of crisps a day. Hey, listen, those Walker's Smoky Bacon, I order those off Amazon. They take about 2 weeks to come in from London. And, you know, British serving sizes, you know, each bag is like this tiny. I'll go through at least 1 bag a day for a month. What I like about the tiny bags is it's kind of keeping the portion control, right? I'm like, okay, I just had 1. I won't have any more today. Then I'll have another one tomorrow. But man, those things are addictive. Walker's Smoky Bacon. So here in the USA, we have a company called Lay's that makes our crisps, our potato chips, L-A-Y-S. And I guess Lay's bought Walker's. So this logo is the exact same color and shape from American Lay's to British Walker's, which I thought was interesting. And the other reason I find it interesting is you'd think if Lay's makes those smoky bacon chips that are so delicious in England under the Walker's brand, why don't they offer them here in America? So I go on Amazon and I buy a box of like vending machine size Walker's. Oh man, you shouldn't have got me started on that. My mouth is watering. Smoky bacon. They need to have that flavor offered here in the USA. Okay, so I've just started these with my fingers while I'm yakking And I definitely don't want to use an electric driver to tighten these because of the rubber pads. And they're all loose so that I could wiggle the fans around a little bit as needed to align them with the mount points. I don't even have to look at them. I can feel when the screw hits the pad. And you could go a little bit further, but you probably don't need to. You don't want the fan loose so it'll wobble, but you don't want it so tight that it'll vibrate. Slavic Eagle say, I love the way this channel is now. It's very relaxing, although I miss the good old days with Carey in the kitchen doing build guides with those extreme close-ups and step-by-step. We'll probably get back to that once we get the studio set up. We have all the same camera equipment, and we can put Camera Girl back to work, but we're maybe looking at 2025 before we're ready to go that way. And, you know, change is good. You know, when I did those videos in the kitchen, I was in my 40s. I'm in my 50s now, so you're not the only one that like to go back. John Paul Bacon, speaking of the smoky bacon chips, he says it's cultural, and Lay's probably never considered they would be as profitable. I don't know. Craig Dollar says he loves the smoky bacon, but I should try the roast chicken. I was disappointed by the roast chicken, if I'm honest. We can buy here in America, and I don't know if you have it in England, something called flockers, Flockers. And those are like pork rinds or chicharrones. Fried pork rinds, fried pork skin. Well, they do that with chicken skin. They have fried chicken skin in a little bag about yay big. It's about $6.50. And when you open it up, it looks like little pork rinds, and it smells terrible. But it's real chicken skin that's been fried and in some cases seasoned. I like the Nashville Hot from Flockers. And you're eating real chicken. Now, the roast chicken flavored potato chips, or crisps as you guys call them, I wanted those to taste like chicken skin, and they don't. They taste like somebody took a potato chip and dipped it in chicken noodle soup, dried it off, and said, here. I don't like them. And don't get me started on shrimp flavor or onion. No. Just checking the tightness on these. Again, you don't want them loose enough that the fans wobble, and you don't want them so tight that you're reducing the effectiveness of the rubber grommet. Because the screws feel pretty loose to me. And what I'm feeling for is I'm feeling that rubber grommet sink down. And that's implying to me I might have tightened that a little too much. It's really hard to tell. Now there's a big window of what's between too loose and too tight. So it doesn't have to be precise. As long as you're within the window of not being too loose, not being too tight. And you can just tell by the rubber grommet if it starts to bend in from the screw. Don't take it any further. Now up here on the top of the case, let me switch over to my other input. Okay, so up here at the very top, we've got all these grooves and lines. And that's for different size radiators, different widths and different lengths that fit up here. I believe a 360 is as big as you can go. I think a 420 would be too big. So a 420 would be, instead of 120 millimeter fans, these would be 140. Is that right? Yeah, 140 plus 140 is 280. And then 420. So the radiator would have to be a little bit wider and a little bit longer. And I don't think this case will accommodate that. I think this is the biggest. I think a 360 is as big as it's going to go. But it could also accommodate a custom pump if you wanted to do that. But I'm not a plumber. I don't really want to do that. So we go with these all-in-ones. If we're going to do liquid cooling, we've got the radiator hoses coming down from the left. This is going to mount up here. This could be the tricky part, is aligning this where you want it. We probably want it as close to the back as we can get it. So it would make sense for me working on it to lay the case flat and work with gravity. It just means the visuals you're going to get are going to be limited. But what I'm about to do isn't rocket science either. It's a pretty straightforward process. But by working with gravity, I don't have to worry about the pump flopping around and hitting things as I'm trying to install it. And I can allow gravity to help me get this pump back behind the board. So right now, the problem I'm having are the cables on the fans. They're all wire tied and they're bumping up against everything. So I need to get these cables. See how the pump flops around? You want to be really careful with this. I've often, you know, if I had Mitch here, you know, I'd have him hold the pump for me so it doesn't flop around. But that's okay. One person can do this job. Take your time, relax, enjoy it. If you're not enjoying it, why do it, you know? It's just one of those things that if you're building a computer because you feel you have to and you're not having any, you're not getting any fulfillment or enjoyment out of that, maybe have somebody else do it. The thing I don't like about the job I do is the pressure customers will put me under. Something's broken, we need you here right now, this is an emergency. It's almost like being a fireman in the sense that whatever you're doing, when I call you, you stop what you're doing and you come take care of me right now. That's the part of the job I don't like. It's a lot of pressure. And by the way, when you do it, you better get it right the first time, because if you supposedly fix it and leave, I'm going to call you again and you're going to come back over here and do it again, and you're going to keep doing that until you have us up and running, or we're going to replace you with somebody else. That does take the fun out of it. On the other hand, when you do have that emergency and you solve it for the customer and they say, oh my gosh, thank you so much, there's a great fulfillment there. You're like, ah, that feels good that, you know, the customer appreciates what you did. Not all customers do. Did I pay you? Yes. Well, that's your appreciation. Okay. Edward says, how is Mitch? I just talked to Mitch the other day. He's in Colorado right now. Hey, we've got Mike's unboxing and reviews and how to. He was just live. I guess he's not live anymore. Always good to see another content creator that does similar videos to what we do. He's also close to my age, I think. I think he's a few years younger. Could be my lost, long little brother. You're going to have to talk to your mom about that. Ah, it's all jokes. We're all just kidding each other here. It's all good. Don't be offended. So I got to get all the kinks out of this. What a pain in the butt. Come over here, Mike. I need a hand. Kevin Smith says, every time I build a new PC, I get a nervous feeling when I look in, you know, that first boot. Do you get that feeling? So what you're referring to is anxiety. You get anxiety. No, I don't care. And the reason I don't care is there's really only 8 parts to check on a computer. It's very simple. It's the RAM, the CPU, the motherboard, the power supply. You know, most of the time I'm using onboard video. So, you know, I can usually have a system that's not booting, usually, fixed in under 8 minutes. Basically testing 8 components. What were the 8 components? Motherboard, CPU, RAM, power supply, your storage drive, power supply. You've got to check all your cable connections. Sometimes somebody puts something on it or like a pin off. Or, oh, I forgot to plug in the CPU power. Customers do that all the time. Not customers, viewers. I just built a computer and I did everything right. It doesn't work. I love when they say I did everything right. Like, well, if you did everything right, I mean, you probably wouldn't be asking for help. But when you have that anxiety, it feels so much better. The dopamine release, when it turns on, it's a lot better. I don't really get that much anymore. Yeah, a little bit, little shot of dopamine, but I'm so confident that I can fix anything when it comes to a computer. I don't care. I kind of hope when I'm filming, it goes wrong. Then we have an opportunity to diagnose. When it goes right, you didn't really learn anything. You just verified what you thought you knew. It's not much fun, and there's not much dopamine release compared to the other way. So that's good. It's good that you have that anxiety. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the radiator in, and I got to put the wires through the appropriate slots in the top. Some of these wires that go on the left side, some will go on the right side. And I want to be careful not to knock. See, now I got all these wires loose. I don't want to knock these little tiny screws on the ground because they'll be a bear to find. So I need to basically set the pump in here gently, hold the radiator with one hand, and start figuring out how this is going to align. And based on that, now that I'm looking at it, it looks like I am going to use the one center square rectangular hole at the top of the case for every pair of wires. It just works out that way with this case and these fans. So we got one fan through, and I try to move them in pairs so they won't intertwine with each other, because then that makes cable managing it later more difficult. I will say the cable management on this case looks amazing. Okay, there's another fan. Now we got one more to go. By keeping the cables all together, that also makes future diagnostic a lot easier when you're trying to locate. Say you need to replace a fan, or one of the RGBs aren't working on one of the fans. It'll be easy for me to locate and to correct it when they're all put together. It makes diagnosing, upgrading, and repairing so much easier for the next person, or if you're the next person, you're making it easier on yourself. So now I'm pulling all the slack through, and I've got the bundle of cables back here that are all the power connectors and RGB connectors for each fan. I want to keep that tight so I can get this radiator in and up against the back of the board. And we're still hitting something. What are we hitting? I'm hitting the power cable for the CPU. Oh, that's not good. I guess that has to get out of the way. There we go. So there's a metal cover, and the metal cover is actually hitting the base of the fan, and I can't seat the radiator up against the back of the board the way I want to unless I take that little metal cover off. I want to keep the metal cover on. It's optional. It's there to hide the cables that are, like the motherboard power cable, all the cables on that side of the board. But unfortunately, the thickness of the radiator and the fans hit the very top of that. That means the radiator is going to have to be more forward. So we're going to have to bring the radiator up. There's two different positions the radiator can go in, and they're about a ½ inch apart. So I guess we're going to have to go, we can go to the very tippy top, which brings the radiator up and away. We can go one more level down, and then there's one more level down below that. Now that last level will get us as close as possible to the back of the motherboard tray. The benefit, so again, these are all the decisions you need to make when you're building. We can literally install this in any of those three positions. The question is, and by the way, it's going to work the same regardless. The only question is, what way is going to look the most attractive? So to me, I think the most attractive, now that I'm seeing it in person and dealing with it, is to bring it as far away from the back of the motherboard tray as possible so that those fans are closer to the glass, they're closer to the user. The Cougar logo will be more likely seen, not necessarily covered up. But it also means that there's going to be a gap between the back of the radiator and the top of the board. For airflow, that's a good thing. For visuals, not so much. But because the glass is tinted anyway, I don't think anybody's going to notice. And therefore, I conclude through that logic, I'm like Sherlock Holmes of the PC. I wish. That the radiator will go on as close to the front of the case as we can get it, which is typically not the way I do it. Now, some cases don't give you this option. Some cases it's, this is where it goes. So kudos to the case maker for giving us these options. So I use these little tiny screws, and I'm just going to affix the top right corner and the bottom right corner of the radiator, and then I can lift it up and show it to you, because then there's still more decisions. These are in long slots. So not only do we adjust the radiator from top to back, front to back, but also they can slide left to right. So we can center it the way we want it to look. If we just put an air cooler on it, we'd be done. And we'd be done forever. I mean, you'd never have to replace it. With a water block, the pump or the fluid will eventually go bad. It usually takes about 5 years on average, and they need to be replaced. They're not user serviceable. Let's bring this up so you can see it. And again, I got to be careful of the pump. I don't want it to fall and hit anything. Okay. So you can see where the radiator is. It kind of blocks a little bit of that RGB fan. And we can slide this Did I not put the other screw in the right place? I think I put it in the wrong. Hold on, I gotta put another screw in here. It's dangling. That is not good. It's putting a lot of pressure on the soft metal. The radiator's made of a very soft metal. You definitely don't want to do that. That is not good. Okay, now, let me just check. Yeah, we've got a screw in the top right and the bottom left. So there's still another 10 screws that go in, but this is the time that we can slide this. See, I said the pump would fall. There it goes. But now we can slide this radiator about an inch one way or the other. So I think I want to get it as far away from these fans as possible. If I put it in over here, you can see it does bring the hoses, these hoses further away from this fan right here by bringing it, everything's backwards, I'm sorry, by bringing the radiator forward. But in doing so, it depends on how you look at the case, right? Because we've got glass all through here and here. So if we push it as far back as possible, now these hoses are much closer to the rear fan by about that much. Here, or somewhere in between are our options now. I think a lot of people just slap this stuff together and they go, oh, it lights up and it works and it's pretty. I'm overthinking this. I really want to treat it more like a piece of art. I'm just catching up with the chat room. Mike's unboxing reviews. I'm tired today. I'm working in the shop tomorrow. I need to go to an early night. I am running on empty. Oh, man. Well, we're glad you came in and said hello. Good to be busy, but also good to take a break. Thank you for popping in and saying hello. We're not offended if you have to leave. We'll miss you, and we appreciate you popping in, but certainly don't want to put any pressure on you and say, you should stick around. No, man, you got to take care of yourself. Okay, so I put a screw in. I see what I did. I put 2 screws in on the same side of the radiator. That's why it wobbled that way. So anyway, I need to figure out over here, or let me just turn it towards me. I need to see it. Hey, Mara, come here for a second. That really moves the hoses quite distance from the rear fan by pushing it this way.
What?
Do you prefer the radiator? So we're going to have fans here. See here?
Yes.
You see if I slide it this way, you see how these hoses get pretty close to that fan.
Yes.
But when I slide it this way, the top of the radiator kind of covers the top of that RGB fan there. Or I could do something kind of in the middle between here and here. Let's go to the extremes. Yeah. Do you think it looks better this way? Or do you think it looks better that way?
Yeah, to push it back to the right, to my right. Yeah, that's better. Yeah,
that's what I was thinking.
That's my plan. Yeah.
Okay, that's where it's going.
Okay.
All right, you're dismissed. Thank you. I just get all these screws started just to make sure that it'll align with all of the mounting holes. And then we tighten them last. There's no order you have to go in. I did opposite corners initially so the radiator would hold itself up. It's never ending a number of screws. And again, way overkill. Doesn't need all of it. What else are we going to do with these screws anyway? Might as well use them. I seem to be a couple short. Oh, there's one. So imagine me trying to see the top of this on that other counter. In fact, if I was smart, oh, now you're going to see the mess behind me. Oh, now I can really see the top much better. What a genius idea. I'm still missing one. There's still another screw around here somewhere. Did I knock it down? Did it get underneath the Lazy Susan? One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am missing one. It doesn't need it. It's really my OCD. I want it to be equal and level. And that's how they tell you to install it anyway, even though engineering-wise, I've made it pretty clear by now. You don't need this many screws just to hold the radiator on. Did I knock it down? Where did it go? I know I've already looked here. Let's see, did it get underneath? Let's see it underneath. Oh boy. You know, it's always something I can do after the show is look around and see if I can find a screw on the floor. It's a really tiny little screw. Sometimes it helps if you have magnetized, any kind of a magnet you can drag and it'll pick it up. Or if you have a vacuum cleaner with a hose attachment, you can put like a nylon over the hose and vacuum the area. And so all the dust will go through the nylon, but anything like contact lenses or screws that fall, They stick onto the nylon, and it's just a little trick if you want to find stuff. I was trying to be very mindful of those screws, but sometimes I get so focused on what I'm doing, I don't realize things like the little loose cables swing around and they knock stuff off the table. And I think that's likely what happened, and it's a tiny little screw. So what I'm going to do, just to keep the show moving, is we're going to go ahead and tighten these down. In fact, I'm going to use my electric driver to torque them to the same setting here, which is 3 on my torque driver. 1. We're going to go to 11 on these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is missing, 10, 11, 12. As long as the missing one is somewhere in the middle and not at the ends, it's irrelevant. I will find it, and I will put it in there. That's our radiator installed 2 hours later. And finally, we have to put the block on, and the block is going to go on like this with the Cougar logo facing up. I don't think that's going to be too bad at all, because we can take a nylon zip tie and we can tie these 2 hoses together. So the question is, how do we mount the block now to the CPU? And that's where we get to these frames. One's for AMD and one's for Intel. And then we have a bunch of little screws and standoffs for different sockets. You are going to have leftover parts. Unfortunately, they didn't put this in a Ziploc bag. Did I mention that? So let me scatter these out on the table so I can knock them off. And we can bring the table back up. It's a lot of work. It's my exercise today. Good enough. That can go over there. All right. So we've got all these instructions, and Cougar's been really good with their directions in the past. Let me just take a quick look. Normally, I just figure it out, but I'm in the mood to check out the directions. I have a feeling this bracket is Intel, and this one is AMD. It just says D and C on it. C on this side, D on that side. And this one says A on this side, B on this side. So it's like indented into the metal. A on left and right, B on top and bottom. Now that I think about it, this one might be the Intel bracket. Refer to the documentation for once. Okay, for Intel, socket 1200, 115X, meaning 1155, 1156, or socket 1700, that's the socket we're using. It wants us to use, it says E1, so that side says D, that side says C. Do I even have that bracket? A, B, I don't have an E1. What are they talking about? The bracket in the diagram looks like this bracket. It shows D facing the motherboard. So on this side of the bracket, very closely etched into it is the letter D a couple of times, and the other side says E. So this is important because of the way the indents are on the holes. Let me bring it up to the camera. You need to see this close up. This is important. Depending on what Intel socket you're using, do you notice this hole here is recessed? That's because a screw is going to go through there with a rectangular head, so it can't spin. But if you put it on backwards, there'll be no way to tighten it. It'll just spin and spin and spin. Also, because it's recessed, you get a little more length out of that screw. But you'll also notice these other holes here, and these are for other Intel sockets. It's telling us that for socket 1700, we're going to be using these holes. And if you look carefully, it says D. The letter D is ingrained right into it. And on the other side, the letter C right here. Okay? So what I'm referring to when I say D or C, it's got a picture of this bracket, and it says you're using this bracket for socket 11.5x, socket 1200, or socket 1700. We are socket 1700 with 12th, 13th, or 14th gen Intel CPUs. Socket 1200 would be 10th and 11th gen CPUs, only those two. Install the backplate on the rear of the motherboard with the long standoff screws, then install the spacers on the front of the motherboard and secure the flat side of the standoffs with the long standoff screws. Okay, whatever that means. So we've got this little pile of screws and standoffs here that I hope you can kind of see. And we have these really long screws with the square ends on them. There's no slot on the top of these. They've given us 4 of them, and they want us, essentially, according to this diagram, take this one like this with the letter D going towards the back of the board. So we come around the back of the board, and we're going to put this in to these mounting holes here, 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 and here, just where the old plate was with the old cooler that we removed. Sometimes this can be a 2-person job, but essentially this screw is going to go into that recess. All right, so I think I can probably put these in right now. Or maybe not. They seem to have 2 different positions they can go in. And I think, I'm not sure, but I think socket 1700 is closest to the edge, or is it closer to the center? I'm gonna find out right now. So there's 2 different socket types, and I think socket 1700 is just slightly wider than socket 1200. They're very close. I just can't remember, is it wider or is it narrower? So when you're putting these in, it's important. Again, let me bring it up to the camera and show you the detail. You know, if they just said, hey, this cooler only works with socket 1700, you wouldn't have this problem. But because they're making it adaptable to fit a lot of different sockets, so you just buy one kit, you're good to go. It's up to you to know this stuff. So even though you see a big hole here and you go, okay, there's a hole here and then there's 2 holes here, there's actually 2 different positions in here. So when I take this screw with the square end and I put it in there, I can put it in towards the bottom like this. And I'm going to do this wrong so you can see the difference. And that square head will slot right into that rectangular hole. But if you notice, look at this one, see the space below it, and look at this one, see the space above it. So I'm talking about, I'm trying to think on a socket 1700, do I go towards this way or do I go towards the center? But no matter which way you choose, you need to do all 4 the same. So I've already sort of decided I'm going out towards the edge, so just no big deal to push that right back out and move it up. It only goes up a couple millimeters. Realign that, pull it through, and I'll put that last one in. We'll see if it aligns. If it doesn't align, that means I need to go to the inside instead of to the outside. The instructions might actually specify this, I don't know. but I'm a doer, you know, I just want to experience it. And I don't do it often enough that I remember the socket is wider or narrower. So we're just gonna, we got a 50-50 chance of getting it right here. So we're on the outside edge, and I just want to see if that's going to align. Perfect. It's perfect. Outside edge was the correct answer. Move on to level 2. This bracket must be for AMD. We're not going to use it. It can go into a Ziploc bag with all the other, we'll put all the spare parts in here. Now, we still have these thumb screws and these spacers. Now, the spacers and the thumb screws look nearly identical. Spacers have a hole straight through. We've got some smaller screws here. These, there's only 2 of these. There's only one place they can go. Do you want to guess? Remember, the pump only has 2 holes to mount the pump onto the bracket, and there's only 2 screws right here that look like that. There's not 3, there's not 4, there's only 2. Those must be the screws we use to secure the pump onto the bracket. And this is the bracket I'm talking, well, is this the bracket? There's got to be more to it than that. Hold on. We use 2 brackets. This is very interesting. Very interesting indeed. The instructions suggest this. What do you do if you have AMD? Hold on a minute, I'm confused. This is Intel. Oh. Oh. You use this bracket regardless of Intel or AMD, you're still going to use this. It is not a spare part. That's a pretty good idea. I'm used to just having 2 separate little brackets that are straight you attach onto the backplate. I'm not used to having a full square, what appears to be a backplate, attached to the black backplate. It's really weird. And obviously, the pump, if I bring this up to you, let me show you. What we're going to do is we're going to put the little spacers on to the screws that are coming through the motherboard. And then we're going to rest this on top of the spacers. And you'll notice we have holes, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And there's an indent. On one way it's going up, one way it's going down. It's important you pay attention to the directions because likely the orientation of this matters. I'm thinking where this is raised, that's likely where we want to secure the pump. But because we also have holes here, that looks like that's an option to secure the pump as well. Let's see why they did it that way. And it may be because it's for AMD or Intel, and you might use it in one orientation on Intel and a different orientation on AMD. That's a really good use of saying, okay, you're not going to have as many spare parts left over. It's more universal. I'm on board with this. But that's new to me. Secure the retention bracket onto the standoffs using the short standoff screws. Okay, so we're going to use these standoffs. These are just, they have a hole straight through. And what these do is they're going to give us, well, these are like spacers. They're going to go over the screws that we just put in, maybe. And they should fit on pretty tightly on most coolers. If it goes on real loose, turn it around the other way and see if it's tighter. Sometimes one end of it is wider than the other. And then, see that? That has a little brass screw insert. So that's a screw, that's not a standoff. A standoff or a spacer, I guess you can sort of interchange them. This is technically a spacer. Is just creating a space for when you screw something down on top. It's controlling how far down you can tighten it. Okay, we should have one more. Put that one on right there. And I'm holding the back of the screw in because when you push down on it, it wants to push the screw out. Okay, next it wants us to take these, what are they calling these? They're calling these standoff screws. Interesting. Secure the retention bracket onto the standoffs by using the short standoff screws. See, I would have called the things we put in the standoff screws, the first things we put into the bracket. But they're referring to these as screws, where they're really more like caps, screw caps maybe. And these are going to go right on top of the standoff. Hold on, we're missing something. The bracket goes on top of the standoff first. That makes more sense. And then we secure it down with these. Okay, so the question is, what orientation do they want this to go in? They're showing the indents facing down towards the CPU. On the short side, the Intel CPUs are rectangular, so they're showing the indents going on the short side of the CPU, meaning this way, like that, and then securing it down with the standoff screws, according to the picture. Feels nice and tight. We'll tighten those a little bit more with the screwdriver, but don't overdo it. Okay, what's the next step? Okay, so the next step, showing a different Intel socket type. This is for the like Xeon processors, the socket 2066, the 2011, the 2011-3. And that's going to require these little standoffs. Now, these are traditionally what we call standoffs. We don't use that kind of processor. This is why this bag is too big, by the way. But, you know, it sure would have been nice if it was in a resealable bag, like the fans were. But if somebody were to want to reuse this cooler or change the motherboard to a different style of socket, you want the spare parts for that reason. If you never plan on ever changing this, like when it goes bad, you're going to throw it away and buy a new one, you just throw the stuff in the trash. So those instructions are so far just about affixing the plate, nothing yet about attaching the pump, and it's going through this for all the different sockets. It's all about attaching this bracket for the first part of this manual. So after you've done that, you get to about page, well, there's no page numbers, but it says installation, right? So now it doesn't matter whether it's Intel, AMD, whatever. Now these instructions apply to everybody. This first part, it differentiates depending on which socket you have, whether it's Intel or AMD. So they say, okay, here's how we get this bracket attached. Now that you've got the bracket attached, this applies to everybody. And this is, hey, be sure and peel off the protective cover off the bottom of the water pump, spread your thermal compound using a little spatula, and then attach the water pump with the 2 screws that are left over here. And then you have to plug everything in. Now, they actually have you installing the radiator last. I disagree with that, obviously. Then they show hooking up the wires, which should be pretty straightforward. They're regular ARGB connectors, as well as the fan needs, the pump needs power. And so the pump cable sometimes has to be plugged directly into a power supply. These days, most of the time, what's going to power the pump is a simple fan header that you would use your CPU fan on. Many motherboards may have a dedicated fan header that says AIO or it says pump written right over it on the circuit board. If you have that, you should use it for your water block, because fans will speed up and slow down depending on the temperature of the system, but the pump needs to run at 100% all the time. The pump never slows down, it never speeds up. So it's okay to plug it into a fan header, but you go into the BIOS and make sure that that is not being adjusted, it's full speed at all times. If you plug it into a header that says AIO or pump, that means that it's not voltage adjustable. It's going to send the power out, full power at all times. If you've got an all-in-one pump and you have an all-in-one pump header on your motherboard, I strongly recommend you use it. You don't have to, but that's what it's for, and that's why it's there. Now, if you use it, your BIOS may say, hey, I don't notice a CPU fan. If that's the case, you go into your BIOS and you tell it, don't monitor my CPU fan, because I'm not using it, I'm using the AI. You think a BIOS would be smart enough to figure that out. Either that or plug a fan into it, you know, whatever. Plug one of your case fans into it if you want to. So now it's getting into how to use the fan controller. We're not going to use this fan controller, so that can go, actually I guess this is a good thing, it's in a big bag. We'll put these little bags into the big bag. Because this is all Cougar, and because it's standard ARGB, and we already have that on the controller, already mounted with 3 extra parts. We have this little connector. What the heck is this for? Oh. This little connector is meant to go into that fan controller. And this connector is just a 3-pin fan header that's going to plug in where you would normally plug your CPU fan in. And again, if right next to that or in that little area near your CPU fan, if you have another identical one, but it says AIO or pump, then we will choose to install it there instead. That's the reason why this is 3 pins and not 4. They really should have made it 2 pins, I guess. You just want full voltage at all times. This fan controller, does it have a spot for that to plug in? I don't think it does. Shoot. Thrown off by one connector. And that one connector probably, I'm going to guess, doesn't have to be attached. It probably controls the RGB on this. But instead of giving us a standard, you know, ARGB plug here, which is what I was hoping for, they gave us some proprietary deal that plugs into their fan controller. And this, on this case, this is their case. They also make a fan controller, but there doesn't seem to be an option. You see, I've got three extra fan headers on this with 3 extra RGBs. I thought I was good to go. Rats. I'm going to leave it unplugged for right now because I want to see this work. I want to follow through with my original idea, which was, let's take the fan plugs that we pulled from up here. We should have 3 fan power connections. And it sure would be nice to keep them in pairs. Here's the last one right here. Okay, there's power. Is that the last one? Yeah, this is the last. This is the fan towards the back. So we'll put the, oh no. No. They didn't, okay. Rats. The RGB header on the cooler is not a standard ARGB. I have to use the fan controller, even though I've already got one from the same company using the same equipment. I don't know what's happening. Good thing I sealed this so it stays fresh. This looks like it includes a fan splitter if you don't have enough fan headers to go to your controller that has fan headers. Hold on, let me take a look. What is this? Okay, there's your standard ARGB right there with a weird plug that goes into the controller. Boy, they really did this the hard way. And this is a SATA power connector to power the fans in the RGB, just like we're already doing right here. So we're duplicating having two different fan controllers, and in order to synchronize their RGBs together so everything flows, we have to connect this ARGB. I mean, we can connect it to the back here, it's fine. It would have been cool if we could have powered it through one of the fan headers, but these aren't designed to go together, even though they're made by the same company. There's no coordination or cooperation from the case, the way they designed it with the fan header, from the way they designed their cooler. Now, one might say, you're using an older Cougar cooler in a brand new Cougar case. Maybe it's your fault, Carey, that you should have bought the new Cougar cooler. Well, I already had the Cougar cooler. I don't want to drop another $250 on another one. I also like the way this one looks. They might have a newer 360. I'd have to check. And maybe that one is compatible. Why did they change it? What was... I don't know. It's upsetting. So that means I'm going to have to do all this other cable management. This is magnetic, and we can stick it somewhere. But it's not going to stick. I mean, you really have to find a place to secure this. We don't have many spaces for something this thick, and we're duplicating something we already had anyway. But all of the connectors on here, instead of regular fan and regular ARGB, let me bring this up to the camera and show you why I'm whining. So here's the front of the fan controller, right? And it says fans go on this side, LEDs, well, fan 5, fan 6, LED, LED. And if you look, there are all these weird connectors on both sides. And if that's not enough, there's your input connectors there. All proprietary. Everything you see there is non-standard. And basically what they're saying is all these connectors that look alike, those four, those are all for fans. And this one at the end is for LED. Just the one I'm exposing. I'm trying to cover up the others. One of these things is not like the other. See it all the way at the end? That's your one LED connector, and it's the same way on both sides. This is all fans, that's LED. And the way they did these fans is you don't have to run two cables. Instead of running two cables that are 3 pins each, they run one 6-pin cable. I hate that because it's not standard. It's cheap. I didn't want to go cheap on this case. Now I'm having regrets if I really want to put this pump on. You would think, and again, I will go back to the reason why I chose all these Cougar components, was to avoid this very scenario. Because if I go with a different manufacturer of motherboard and of cooler and of fans, how, are they all going to work together? Are they all going to fit? So typically by staying with the same manufacturer, you keep your same color scheme, everything should fit like a glove. That does not happen here. So essentially what they want us to do, and I want you to really get an eyeful, because look at all the cables we've got to deal with here, right? We just added about 12 more cables for the radiator pump, the RGB, the fan power, fan RGB times 3. So if we take a pair right here, so here's a, try and keep them untangled. They want us to plug this in You've got to be kidding me. They've given us a traditional 4-pin fan header. So we aren't just using one cable per fan, like I said earlier. The 6-pin connector only has 3 wires in it. I want to cry. The fans aren't compatible. The same fans, made by the same company, aren't compatible. So they want us to plug the fans on one side or the other, it doesn't matter. We'll find another pair. And untangle it. And then there should be one last pair. Okay. I just want to show you, without really setting this up, what we're going to deal with. So not only do we have all the decisions to make regarding where the radiator is going to go, how the fans are going to go, all that orientation, but now we have these 3 RGB headers, all right? That's all they are. This is just RGB. The fans are just normal fans that plug into fan headers. So now we have 3 more of those. Now we haven't powered the pump or the RGB for the pump yet. How many cables is that? One, 2, where's my third one? Okay, this is power to the fans. And they don't give you power to the fans on this. This is not a fan controller, this is an RGB controller only. I guess. Hold on, wait, maybe there's a way to do this. So we've got an ARGB header here. This will go from here to the motherboard so everything can synchronize. Or to another, you know, if we have an ARGB header pinned off of a fan or something, we can put them in series. And they want you to plug this white, this is a different little end, and there's a white different little end on the edge of this. So even when you cable manage it, it's not like you can keep all the cables to one side. You're going to have them coming out the edges. It's terrible. And this somehow has to reach to an ARGB or a VDG, one or the other connector on your board. We want to keep it ARGB. Do I have another one available on the board? Uh-oh. This board's pretty well equipped. I would think it would have a second one. It's got a bunch of fan headers, though. Yes, we do have another ARGB way up at the top corner of the board, way up here. If I can get in there. I'm sorry you guys can't see this. I can barely see it. It's way up by the LED in the top corner of the board that sequences the numbers and letters all the time. It's right below that. Okay, so that's plugged in. Now this has to have power. So where's it going to get the power? We have to plug in another cable from that box to a SATA connector on our power supply. Now, thankfully, that one cable we plugged in had 4 power connectors on it. I thought I was only going to need one. And if this was compatible, it would certainly be enough to power everything. So for no reason, I guess, we're going to plug this now onto the edge. Like this. And this power cable is going to plug in to our SATA power, any of these SATA powers. coming out of the power supply, right? Because this is the first one that we used, which is, I thought, the only one. Now we're going to go to a second one, which goes in this way. Okay, and then finally, and I see the reason why they did this, in this bag, they want you to connect, and you know what, I'm going to hook it up to show you what a spaghetti nightmare of cabling this becomes. What they want you to do, follow me on this now, there are 3 connectors on the end of this cable, 1, 2, and 3, and then one that plugs into your motherboard, and the 3 fans will all then spin at whatever speed is being dictated by wherever you plug this in. So in theory, you would plug this into like CPU fan or CPU optional. But what they want you to do, and remember now, I have spare connectors on the board. I can just run these fans right to the motherboard. But if we want them all to run the same speed, then we need to plug them all into this splitter. 1, 2. Again, I'm trying to keep them untangled. And then there's a final one, this third one. Now all 3 fans are going to get their power from this one connector, which does put a bit of stress on a motherboard whose intention for that connector is to have the voltage requirements for one fan. So you are kind of pushing your limits there. The engineers on the board did not design to power 3. Powering 2, not a big deal. Powering 3, now you're playing with a little bit of if there. Now we need to take this mess of cables, find a place on the motherboard to plug it in, and I need to get my flashlight and look on the board to determine if I have both a CPU fan and an all-in-one pump header. If I do, I will plug this into CPU fan, and the pump will plug into the pump header if I have one. I think this board has one, but let me just check it. Yeah, I see pump fan 1 and CPU fan 1 right up at the top of the board. So we're going to plug this into, we got to get as close as we can to it. So we're going to be coming into this management hole. And just above the RAM is the CPU fan header, and we're going to plug it in right there. CPU fan. All right, so that cable I just plugged in is just above the RAM, closest to the CPU, all the way at the top. And next to it, there's another fan header. And you can pull the PDF manual on this motherboard to see the schematic of it. But next to that is our all-in-one pump header. And that's where the all-in-one pump will go. Now, normally the instructions would have you put this pump on first before we hook up all the fans. It doesn't matter. I just wanted to do it that order because that's just the way I am. I'm going to need that screwdriver. All right, but now, look at this mess of cables. And we're not done yet. We still have to run that proprietary RGB cable from the pump, somehow get it back here and connected. Where's that going to go? Fan. That's one of the little 4-pin fans that say LED. It's going to go into the LED. We only have 2 of those, one on each side here. What a mess. What a complete mess. When we already had a fan header from the same company. Have I said that enough times? Oh. I'll check my phone. I need to do something else for a minute. I got to settle down. I'm upset. Let me see if I got any emails to answer. No, you guys are good. All right. Bummer. Guess I have to go back to work. I'll save these for another day. They might come in handy. Okay, I've got to attach the block to the CPU. And what I want to do is clean the CPU with isopropyl alcohol and a Q-tip. It's not that critical that you do it, honestly. It's only going to make maybe a minor difference in cooling, but why not? The way you see people do it online, you'd think it was like so important. So the idea is that we want to get any debris or dirt or dust or oils from your skin off of the top of the CPU header, the internal heat spreader, the IHS. And the reason we do it is the cleaner it is, the better the efficiency of the heat transfer is. But it's not that much better unless you just left a bunch of crap on it. You know what I mean? Like if you wiped it clean with a paper towel and you measured your high temps after you put it back together with new thermal compound, and then you do it again, but this time you clean it with isopropyl alcohol and then reapply thermal compound and see your highest temps, I don't think you're going to see much of a difference. But, you know, we really stress this in building, how important it is. And it certainly doesn't hurt anything to get the best and most efficiency that you can. So why not? Now, if it were brand new, we wouldn't have to do this. But because it had thermal compound on it, we want to get all the thermal compound off. Oh, I don't need the paper towel. I need the 99% alcohol. You want the highest alcohol content possible. And we've got some Q-tips. 3-hour cooler install. That's all right. Title of the video doesn't say how to do it as fast as possible. And oftentimes, even when the heatsink looks clean, you are going to get some kind of darkness, some kind of debris or oil collecting on the end of that Q-tip. And it will evaporate dry. You don't need to dry it. I suppose you can take a clean end of a Q-tip and dry it if you want to, or just give it a minute, it'll evaporate. Can I put this? I guess I'll put it over here. All clean. Now, I need to reapply thermal compound. I don't want to use what they've included. That was my first issue with the cooler, and I was hoping that's all it was going to be. Let's see. Security cameras. All right. So I've got some thermal compound. I was prepared for this. I have some left over from Scythe. You see how much more they gave us on a much cheaper cooler? I mean, granted, it's only like filled to that point, but that's not the point. I have extra. I wouldn't have had extra using theirs. It's messy. The other thing is, rather than using a little plastic spatula and spreading it around like it's some kind of a cupcake, I would prefer to finger paint. I'm more of a painter than a cook in the case of applying thermal compound. So I'm going to estimate about how much I need. That ought to do it. And then I'm going to grab a nitrile powder-free, not a rubber glove, nitrile glove. This is much better than that little plastic spatula. I'm going to spread that thermal compound so that it's evenly applied from top to bottom, and I can no longer see the top of the CPU. All I see is a nice thin layer of thermal compound. Now, if your thermal compound is really dry and hard to spread, don't use it. Clean that off, throw it away, use something else. It should spread easily. And if you try to keep a level of thermal compound equal from top to bottom, if you notice like little hills, try and spread those out. It's not that big of a deal. It isn't going to make that big of a difference in your cooling. But if you want the best possible heat transfer, you make sure the entire internal heat spreader is covered. and then I dab on it to create little hills and valleys so that when the pump is pressed down, it spreads it out, and that prevents any sort of air bubbles that, again, don't really matter either. But the internet is obsessed with this stuff for some reason, and nobody can really justify it unless they're an extreme overclocker trying to reach world record speeds, frequencies, and they got a can of what is it, nitrogen or something they use to keep it cool. Man, I ain't doing that. You must be crazy. All right, so we're gonna peel this off. Wow, it's on there tight. So many people forget to peel this off. They go through all this effort, they're so worried about their cooling, and they don't do the most basic thing. All right, I've done it. Don't get me wrong, I've done it. Now we align the pump. I don't know what fell off the edge of the Lazy Susan. Get that screw in there. Nothing's holding the pump in. You sort of have to have 3 hands for this. Cougar could have done a better job here as well. Let me grab my magnetic screwdriver and see if I can't do this. Don't tighten the screw down yet. You want to get both screws just started, a couple of turns at most. And you want this to be completely flat so that the heat transfer is equal across the entire surface. If you tighten one screw down before the other, that area may make real good contact with the bottom of the CPU, and then you go to tighten the top one and it may warp. It may start to get like a little U shape, which may not be visible to the naked eye, but it'll be visible when you take your pump off and you realize none of your thermal compound in the middle was even smushed. So we're going to try and, first of all, get this other screw started. And now we can go back and forth, just turning a couple of times each until it won't turn anymore. Now, I did not tighten the bracket that we're screwing into any more than with my hands. And I was going to go back and use a driver to tighten it down a little more, and we can certainly do that now. It's really not all that important to have those screws that tight, but I would feel better about it. Now these screws that I'm using on the pump, they come to a complete stop, so you know, don't tighten it any more than that. Now the bracket screws, you know what? The slots in the bracket screws are so wide, the screwdriver won't even fit in them. So I think I'm just going to leave it as is. We're good. So the last thing, finally, I have to change the title of this video to just the pump install. The last thing are the 2 wires coming off of the pump. So we've got the hoses here, and we can redirect these hoses a little bit up or down like this because they have that swivel on them. So we can go like that, and then we can use some nylon zip ties. That won't look too bad. Finally, we've got these 2 wires, and there's some plastic here. Where is it? There it goes. All right. It's all shiny now. I'll put this sticky stuff with this sticky stuff, and I'll just put it right over here. We've got our power cable ready for the video card, and we've got 2 cables here on the pump. One controls the lighting, and it has to go into the fan controller if I've not made that clear. It is not a standard ARGB connector. I don't know why. Unfortunately, there's no way to hide this wire because no matter where I go with it, it's going to be seen. I mean, I can go out the side here, but that's kind of ugly. And then that's going to go in our fan controller. And I'll keep it on the same sides as the fans. Keep all the wiring on one side. Okay, that's plugged in. Finally, the last plug, just for the cooler, is power. So we're going to grab the other line here, which I can try and hide this down here, I guess. It's not too bad. This one, unfortunately, has to go up. And it has to go right here. Way up there. I can't even see it. There's a lot of cables right up in this corner of the board. This is not helping. This says pump fan 1. That's where I want it. And you see we've got all this loose cable to deal with now, which I'm going to have to figure out. Maybe what I need to do is run it underneath the hoses. Wow, that's terrible. Between the hoses? Yes, I have to run it between the hoses. Then I can run it up here. And then I got to deal with that. That's a mess. It's a huge mess. But does it work well? Let's find out. Make sure the power supply is in the off position. I normally plug in power last, but my cables are so scattered. Whatever one I see is whatever I see first is what's getting plugged in. We still don't have a video card in it, so we need to use this USB-C to HDMI adapter. So I'll plug that in up here. And then, of course, I need HDMI output. I should not need the flashlight. I should be done with this thermal compound. On the floor, probably stepping on it, I have my HDMI cable right here. The keyboard and mouse I've left plugged in, but I moved them off the table to clear some space. Let me grab them right quick. We'll get Studio C organized here within a few weeks. Just bear with us as we continue our regular broadcast schedule while we're under construction. Okay, finally, I'm missing something. Internet. I need my Ethernet cable. Found it. We'll get this better. I'll plug it into either of the Ethernet ports. Turn the power on. Hit the power switch up here, and hopefully everything comes alive. There it goes. It's not the same RGB sequence on the pump, but hopefully that'll change here in a minute. Let's go to the input on this, which is here on OBS, number 2. There we go. Okay, we're loaded up to the desktop. Let me go back over to camera 1 for a minute because I want to figure out what's going on with this RGB. You'll notice we've been playing with the RGB a little bit, but the pump seems to be in its own little world. It's just staying green for some reason. So what I think I might need to do because I'm using the other ARGB header, is go back into the MSI software, because it wasn't aware anything was plugged into it when we were playing with the settings. And there's probably a way to say, I want both ARGB headers on the motherboard to synchronize together. I don't want two independent different patterns. And I think that's what the problem is. So let me try that. Let's go back over to camera 2 for a moment. And we'll go to, oh, and our background is changing because we've got Microsoft Bing wallpaper. We'll go to full screen over here so I can see it the way you guys do at home. And let's bring up the MSI software, which is where? None of this. All apps. MSI Center. That's what it's called, MSI Center. So this was downloaded and installed. Do I want to install Norton? That is so annoying. Snooze that. Hardware monitoring. Well, CPU temperature is nice and cool. I like that. Features. True Color, AI Land Manager. Mystic Light, that's what MSI calls it. All right, so Mystic Light, give that a second. Here it comes. So we should have, so we have profile 1 is motherboard. Mystic Light settings. Third-party RGB. I don't know what ambient link is. Profile 2. So I would think it would all be in the same profile, but maybe I'm wrong. We'll select. Let's select all do. Oh, coloring. I see. So we can set that to be flashing. Let's set it to flashing. And hit apply. Now let's come back over to camera 1 and see, did that do anything? Oh, yeah, now it's flat. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. Let me go back. Hold on a second. Let's go to, let me go full screen again. So I don't think these are different profiles I'm looking for. I want to be in profile 1. Hit apply. And that should change us back to where we were. Come on. All right, we can adjust the speed of that. I think that's where it was. But you notice that the Cougar liquid pump is staying green. It's not shifting or changing. Now look, I know I've got the remote and I can override. I've also got a button up here that I can change the RGB with manually. But you notice that the RGB on the pump is not being affected. So it's possible I didn't put the pump connector on all the way, or that I've got to activate it in the software. But it's so, can you see the flow impeller moving? Showing the fluid? The fluid is moving that impeller. I really like that. I don't like everything that goes with it, but I really like that. You coming to see?
Mm-hmm.
You telling me to wrap it up?
No.
Okay. You probably need to eat sometime.
To do whatever you like today.
You probably need to eat sometime today.
You can.
Okay, now everything's green. Hold on. No, these still aren't changing. But then we have the remote here, and I bet you this remote works. Change it to red. Oh. it's going to have a battery in the remote that's got plastic on it to keep it from... Oh, look, my plastic bag that was in the plastic bag gave me a little remote in a plastic bag. Do you need any plastic bags?
Not really, no.
And this one is just taped closed. And then it says you can pull this out. Squeeze a little end, pull it out. There's a piece of tape on here. You slide this piece of tape out. That's how anything that comes with batteries, that's how they keep the battery from draining until you get it in your hands. Now we close it and I'll hit orange. I'll hit yellow. I'll hit, what does up and down do? Oh, now it's spinning, red. How about brightness? Rainbow puke. What does auto do? Off? I guess that turns it off. What's S do? S does nothing. Let's turn it red. We've got to turn it back on first. Why is it not going? I'm going to push every button on this. Oh, I figured it out. But you see, they're not synchronized. They're independently operating on...
close to the mesh point.
Am I?
Yeah.
I'll just knock a $1,300 mesh point under the ground. So if we were on the same fan controller, which we should have been, we would not be dealing with whatever this is. And my only guess to solving this, and by the way, if you tip it back, you'll see. Why are you smiling?
I'm allowed to like it.
Did you see the back at all the cables?
That's your job.
I quit. Done. Last video ever. I don't want to do this anymore.
Oh, you'll do it again.
I know. I know. I think I'm getting hangry.
Yes, probably.
But this should have been easier. I stuck with Cougar.
Want some snacks?
I do want some snacks. I stuck with Cougar because I thought the install would be easier. Now I think a third-party cooler would be easier. Or Cougar makes a different cooler.
They do.
Do they?
Looked it up. Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't have the impeller on it, does it? No.
They have two versions. One does, one does not.
At the end of the day, it works and it looks great, but the maintenance on this is going to be a nightmare. And I was so pleased with everything until...
Well, remember, this is the temporary solution. The filler.
I still got to do something with it when it's done.
Yeah, and we'll figure that out.
I got to put the Dragon back.
I'm going to tell you to do that.
And that Dragon, you know, he won't get hot with all those fans on him. If he breathes fire, it'll put the fire out. So somehow I need to synchronize those two different ARGB circuits. Unless there's a button on here to force it. No, it's in there. I don't know what I need to do to activate it. See, it's got a button on the remote that says, well, she left. There's a button on the remote that says auto. But auto doesn't seem to really synchronize with us. In theory, we shouldn't be using the override buttons. We should be using the software because it gives us all the options of breathing and going to music or representing the CPU temperature. So if I go back to the desktop here, and I'll show you, I'll demonstrate for you. In fact, you know what? Let's go ahead and just put camera 1 like in a corner, and then as I do it, we can see the effect together. The problem is, you know, there's overlap on these windows. So let me see if I can fix that. We want to do that. Maybe I just need to bring myself down here. Okay, now I think we can see both screens. The problem is I have to go full screen on one of them. I can't see it like this, it's too small. So I'm going to assume you're going to see everything okay. Let's go to, so which LED do we want? We want all of them, and it just shows the one motherboard. It doesn't show me the other one. And we're on coloring, and we have all of these options. So for example, if we put it to CPU temperature, everything should go green. And then when it's 70 degrees Celsius, it'll go blue. And when it's 90 or over, it'll go red. That's actually quite useful if you ask me. I don't mind that. The problem is, wait, why is it red? It shouldn't be red. Apply. My CPU temperature better not be in the red. Let's check it. If it is, I'm going to throw this cooler in the garbage because it should be nice and chilly right now. Let's go to up here under hardware monitoring. This should tell us. Oh yeah, our CPU temperature is nice and cool. It's beautiful. Features. Mystic light. If you tried turning it off and back on again. JRGB1. Oh, these are for each fan. You can control each fan individually. I see. So we're selecting all. We're saying we want all the ARGB together. That is the thing, but it just shows motherboard, which I suppose is right. But when I tell it to do the CPU temperature, it should turn green. And I hit apply, and it's not working. And I think that might be because I've been playing with the override buttons. Let me try something here. There may be a button setting that I have to put it back. So let's go to something that'll be really obvious, like flashing. That ought to give you a seizure if that works. Let's see. Not working. So you have the button override and the remote control override if you don't want to mess with any of the software. That's what it's for. And it looks like when I'm overriding it, that it's no longer accepting this software. It's like I have to restart it, I guess. I'm going to apply it one more time, but I should see this start to flash. And it ain't flashing. So there's probably a way to restart Mystic Light. Like if I thought if I turned it off, see that the lights aren't going off. Turn it back on again. Not making any difference whatsoever. And I think it's because I overrode it with the button. Now there's probably a way to restart this whole application, but it's probably faster for me to just restart the darn computer. So let's just restart it and see when it restarts and gets to the desktop if those lights start to flash. And that just gets us back to where we were. We haven't even started yet on trying to synchronize the pump, because it's not using standard fan headers and it's not using standard ARGB headers. Well, it's using one that goes into their non-standard fan controller, and we're seemingly not communicating with it for some reason. And in the process of trying to fix that, I lost communication with the software to the fans that were working. This is why RGB is a freaking nightmare for, computer shops. It's just a lot of mess. cable mess, configuration mess. Sometimes the RGB software can cause Windows to crash. And then you have to find out, oh, it's an old version of the Windows, the RGB software, I got to update it. And then the Windows stops crashing. These aren't problems computer shops have historically had to deal with. And so by now it should have taken effect. The software should have taken over. So down here in the system tray should be our MSI center, instead of pulling it up through the start menu like I did before. And it's bringing us back where we were on profile 1. What if I try profile 2? I don't know why it takes so long. It has 0 effect. I have no idea. Did I knock a cable loose? No, it's on there. That one's definitely on there. CORSAIR. It's not changing a darn thing. Is this causing us the problem? Let me take this ARGB header off from the water pump. It has made no difference whatsoever with the color, what's going on here. So now let me go back over to select all. I want all the ARGB to behave the same, and I want it all to start flashing. Will it work now? No. That connector's on good. It's definitely not my connector, and it was working before. The only thing I can think of is maybe if I hold this button down. Now it's communicating with it. Aha. Okay. So that's how we get back to the software mode from the manual override. All right. Different instruction manuals, right? We got an instruction manual on the case. This is an instruction manual on the software that is optional that this motherboard supports from the manufacturer that you have to download voluntarily and manually. Okay, so this is called Flame. Oh, with the dragon. That's pretty darn cool. The problem is, again, the pump communicating isn't working. So I want to figure out why that is. I guess I unplugged this for no reason. So let me get my flashlight, let me plug it in. You should not be doing this while the computer's on. But hey, I'm a professional, so if I break it, it's my money. Okay, so we've got that plugged in. Now the question is there an override that we have to press like on the remote to say, take it from the computer header instead of, or take it from the ARGB header. So slowly but surely, I'm gonna go through each remote button and see if I can get it to mimic this yellow and orange that's flashing like fire. If I set it to, you know what? It's probably communicating back here with the fan controller. That's just cycling through different colors. It's kind of cool though. I mean, I can manually set it to match what I've done, but I don't want to have to do that every time it changes. It's pretty cool though. Oh. guys getting that? How did I do that? That's color. Oh, I think I sequenced it by hitting the power button of all things. Hey, Mara. She disappeared. Come look. I think I figured it out.
Look, I can see now.
Turn that studio light off, will you? Let me go full screen on camera 1.
That's, how do I say this gently and kindly? Flippin' awesome. That is, oh, watch the dragon, the dragon.
Oh yeah, I predict.
Velcro sticker. Take it down, take it down.
I was just showing it off.
Take it off.
Take it off. This is
Yeah,
this is not only
I'm
fans.
thinking Velcro sticker, right?
Yeah, we'll get a little piece of Velcro. It didn't hurt anything. We're fine.
I know.
But that's exactly what they were saying in the chat. That's
right.
what's going to happen.
Me and Barry Klein were
But
talking
we
about
wouldn't
yesterday.
normally tilt it like that. I'm just tilting it for the camera.
Correct.
It's going to sit on the floor.
I know,
When's it going to be
I know.
tilted?
I know.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's beautiful. I really like that RGB right now.
You like the flame?
Even with the RAM being kind of rainbow, which is great. But so that Mystic Light is set to flame, right? Is that what that is?
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah,
let me go. I still haven't gone full screen over here. Camera 1, full screen. Now people can appreciate that a bit better.
Yeah.
So yeah, if I take this off this time, and now I tilt it back.
That's really flipping cool.
All right, let's put this little guy back here.
That's really flipping cool.
Now check this out. So if I go back to, let me put the camera back in the corner. And just for grins and giggles, let's just put it right over here. Trying to get myself out of the way as much as possible. Okay, so this setting is called Flame. The next setting is called Meteor. The next setting is called Stack. I don't know what stack means. Let's take a look. The next setting is called Breathing. So that should just be the lights fading in and out. And you can control the speed with which it's breathing and the brightness of the RGB. We'll go to Flashing. This can be seizure inducing. And the pump is behaving as it should now, the pump RGB. Steady is just steady, and you can just have it all on and not do anything and raise or lower the brightness if you want to. Try and take it all the way 1 notch and hit apply. And it just got a little dimmer. To this video, we all got a little dimmer. We bring that back up and put it back, make it bright. All right, the next one after steady is lightning. The next one after lightning is CPU temp. I better see green on everything. That doesn't bother me at all. Then I can just know if my CPU temp is high by looking out of the corner of my eye if it's not green anymore. That's actually quite useful. Kind of boring to look at. Now, concert, music, recreation, I think those are for, like if we played some music on a video on the computer, not necessarily through through a microphone, but like if I brought up, let's say YouTube, and let's play that. As he talks, the light should be moving with his voice.
Oh, why? And that's when you come into the picture. Carey, we're like twin brothers, man. We look so much alike, people can't tell one from the other. Anyway, I wish you all the best with your YouTube channel. That's pretty interesting. I don't know anything about computers. Maybe one day you can show me. But in the meantime, do something with your hair. Change something. We cannot look like each other. It's too distracting. Anyway, I send you a big hug. And good luck with the computer business.
Pause the video, the audio stopped, the lighting stopped. So if we put some music on that would get me a copyright strike, you could see what that does. All right, so that's why we're not demonstrating that. Let me close that and go back to, so concert, music, and I think recreation are all audio based. Then we have coloring. Let's go to coloring. Interesting. Then we have planetary. Kind of neat. Then we have double meteor. If one meteor wasn't enough, let's do two. Kind of cool. And then we have energy. Oh, what's energy look like? Just red. Oh, 3 flashing red and a rainbow. Okay. That is big rig energy. Clock. What does clock do? How's it going to tell the time? Just every second it changes color? I don't know how that works. What's the next one? Color pulse. That's just annoying. Then we've got color shift. Oops, color shift. I can't seem to click on it. Yeah, a little slow rotation of the colors. Color wave. Whoops. Hello? Very slow. That's with the speed all the way up too. Let's go to visor. What's a visor? What does that do? It's just like a little pulse of colors. Rainbow double flashing. Weather. What does that even mean, weather? Is it green when it's hot and red when it's cold, or blue? I don't know how that works. Mixer. That's probably where you want to take 3 effects, like flame, and then we want to do flashing, and then we want to do flame again, and hit apply. See what that does. No, that doesn't work for me. Maybe the second effect should be coloring. Like that. Rainbow. That definitely doesn't go together. So flame is showing color 1 and color 2 as being the same, but flame is supposed to be 2 different colors, like red and orange. There's my orange. I'm just dragging the mouse in the color wheel and see if we can find orange. Closer to yellow, I guess. It's a tiny little color wheel, so it's hard to... apply that. And we want that to run, let's say, 4 times. Whoops. 4 times on that one. See what that looks like. Anyway, you can spend hours and hours and hours of your life, of your limited time here on the planet, just tweaking this and just getting it to work, and has nothing to do with your computer performance, nothing to do with your cooling, nothing to do with your security, nothing to do with the reliability of the computer. It's just like having a customizable lava lamp. I don't know why people like this. I'm going to complain about it because it's not easy and it doesn't really accomplish anything. It's just something to distract you and keep you from working and actually using the computer for something. All of this power and all of this performance all condensed down into flashing lights and fans. I'm not saying you're not allowed to like it. I'm saying as a technician, this is not the kind of work I'm accustomed to doing in business. And I can understand why it can be frustrating getting it all to work, getting all the cable management cleaned up, and all the extra money you pay for it. And yeah, does it look great? It looks fantastic. I have a channel with a camera where thousands of people around the world can see it. Do you? Who's going to see it? You? Your friends? That's it. I guess if it matters to you that you want to spend that much money, that you have it look this good, but if it's in a showroom where customers come in, if it's somehow an advertising tool or something that you can use to basically pay for itself through drawing attention and bringing people in, all the power to you. As a home user, I mean, do what you want, but as a technician, you don't want to work on this. You absolutely don't want to deal with the customers who don't want to pay you what your time is worth so you can fix their lights. And they bring their computer in because their lights don't work. Or they need a fan, but the fan is a proprietary design, not common, and you may not have those in stock, and the customer wants it done yesterday, and you've got to source it, find it, install it. And it has nothing to do with the computer blue screening, or it's just about lights. Somehow we're changing light bulbs now. We're janitors. In liquid cooling, we're plumbers. At what point do we ever become technicians? What happened to that? Sorry, I got to turn my studio lights back on while I'm being a curmudgeon. It's fun, though, they said. Don't worry, it'll be fun, they said. Yeah, it's freaking fun. Anyway, let's put this back to just flame, because that's the way I liked it. Flame, apply. That looks pretty good with the dragon. And I'm glad the pump is now communicating. It was really weird. I had to hit the power button. Same with that. I had to hold the button down, I think, to disable the manual override. You normally wouldn't even use these buttons if you're plugged into the motherboard anyway. It's usually one or the other. So that's where it gets a little confusing. Every system is a little different. That's the other problem. The makers who do the RGB stuff, they haven't all decided on one standard. ARGB seems to be gaining traction. I'm okay with that. Let's pick something. Let's all go with the same thing. At least that it eliminates the confusion from one system to another. When you're at home and you've got your one system that you have to learn and you don't learn anything else, just that one, I don't see the big deal. When customers are bringing different systems into you and each one is different, all right. I think I made my point. You know what? The RAM isn't working. The RAM is not sequencing correctly. I just realized that. And if we go, and this is the stupid stuff that you have to work on. When you're doing it for yourself, it's fun. When you're getting paid by a customer to do it, it's not as fun. That's all I'm trying to say. Let me go back over to the desktop here and see why is my RAM not synchronizing? So when it comes to the LED, we see the CORSAIR. Oh, how do we add? LED RGB strip, HD RGB fan. Where's the memory? I see 3 CORSAIR things here, but we don't, four core. LL RGB fan. We don't have any CORSAIR fans. CORSAIR fan, breathing, flashing. Oh, that's not even available to us. All right, what happens if I hit flashing? Does that affect our RAM? The RAM is still rainbow. Let's try, which one was I on? LL, that says flame. That supports flame. HD RGB fan supports flame. RGB strip supports flame. So it's just this one here that doesn't support flame. But it doesn't seem to matter, even if I turn it off and hit apply. It is not making any difference whatsoever. So, in order to get the CORSAIR Vengeance RAM RGB to work, support live update. Features, Mystic Light. See, we need to see DRAM. We're not seeing DRAM, we're only seeing motherboard. Oh, all right. All right. So what do? What do you say? Support, live update. It's recommended to scan. Okay, scan. That's taking a while, isn't it? New drivers, Intel Extreme Tuning included. I mean, I guess, but what does that got to do with Mystic Light? ADA 64, I don't care about. Well, let's install it. System reboot is necessary. Well, okay, whatever. So down here we've got our processes running. Bajin guy said the RAM is not listed. So does that mean now when I build a system, I've got to check the RAM to see if it's compatible with the RGB software that the motherboard comes with? Is this what the world is coming to, that they can't all agree? Andrew Murray says RGB is like adding chrome tips to your exhaust pipes of your car. Does it make it perform any better? Yeah, I agree. Or painting flames on the side of the car. Okay, now what's it say? Full screen over here. I gotta see this full screen. They're always trying to push this Norton 360. You know, ASRock stopped doing it. MSI, come on. I don't know what you're getting paid for this, but it ain't enough to annoy me, to annoy your customers. MSI does not recommend to update BIOS when system has no issue. Of course not. They don't want to deal with your support calls. I don't blame them. You're already up to date, it says. Great. Wonderful. Features. Mystic Light. Yeah, we should see DRAM listed right here, and it's not here. To enable DRAM in Mystic Light, you need to install the latest iQOO. Are you kidding me? Windows, Mac. Oh, these are different versions. Vengeance, wireless, Corsair 1. Okay, I guess I want the, whatever Q Murals is, I guess I want that. Skip this. Open that. At least it's tiny. Run this. English, yeah. You thought installing the cooler took a long time. I'll show you. Hold my beer. Retitle this video, RGB Hell. Yeah, might offend some people. Just hell. Did it install? I don't know what's happening. It just went away. We are ready to install the essentials. iQOO, Vengeance DDR5, create a desktop shortcut. I don't think I need it, but I can always delete it. Is that on or off? Does the white box mean I'm saying yes, or I don't know. I guess. Okay, please wait. Setting up config. You know what? There's a lot of advertising. Let's just close all this. Let's close this too. Okay, now we have to restart. There we go. This is why it's so important when you go through all this mess on a new install and you finally get it all figured out, make a backup system image of the whole thing so you'll never have to do this again. I cannot stress that enough. And then regularly update that file or that backup with anything that's changed on your system on a regular basis, depending on how much you're changing and how often, whether that's once a week, once a month. That way you don't have a stale backup where you've basically gone back in time too far. Okay, wait for the software to load. Let's see if it programs it. Nothing yet. I know you guys can't see it, but okay, there, it finally loaded, but no, it's still rainbow on the RAM. So let's bring up Mystic Light again and see if the DRAM appears. Oh, wait a minute, I might have been impatient. The RAM is red now. Let's see if we see DRAM We do. DRAM. See, now it's steady. It doesn't support flame. What does spiral do? That's a shame. Spiral is more like rainbow. Wave, breathing, steady, off. Well, we don't have much options here. This kind of sucks. Color shift is like rainbow. Wave is still like going through the colors. Breathing is just, I guess we can breathe in red. I mean, it's not in sequence with everything else. Let me show you. At least it's not a rainbow anymore, but that may be as close as I can get it. See how it's just kind of breathing on and off, and everything else is kind of color cycling between orange and red, and apparently the CORSAIR RGB can't do that for some reason. I mean, it looks like it's going orange and red. Why can't it just do that? Like, hold on. I'm so confused. Let's go back to camera 2 here. We're so close. So instead of breathing, gosh, that's, and steady just leaves the light on. It won't do anything. It just stays on. It doesn't shift at all. It's so close. So up here, you know, to control the motherboard header, we go here. To control the RAM header, we go over here. What is this? Wave, steady. I guess this is to just set everything quickly. I think that's as close as I'm going to get it. Hey, Mara? What do you think now? 4 hours and 15 minutes later. Hit the studio lights for me, will you?
Okay.
And then I'll grab this little guy real quick so I can tilt this back. See, I got the RAM going now. How can your smile be bigger than your face?
I want to use words that are appropriate. I'm just
I gotta
say,
get my bleeper.
So bleep. I mean, don't. I mean, there's no words that are appropriate for the way this looks.
There's no appropriate words.
Words that are not appropriate to say.
But in a good way.
In a good way.
Yeah, not
yes.
in a.
And I'm Italian, so that's the only language that I understand.
I understand. She talks with her hands. Go ahead and turn the studio lights back on for me, please.
Okay.
All right, I think I need to eat. I've been standing here for over wrong lights. I've been standing here over 4 hours. Those of you who've hung in there, what's wrong with you? Thank you for hanging out. Quick look in the chat room. Luke Greenia says choose the link option. Yeah, I think that link option didn't have flame on it, unfortunately. So you have to use something that is a common denominator among them all. And if we really want this flame to go with the Dragon, then I have to manually set the RAM, and I think that's all we can do. Barry Klein said you need to put a flash warning on this video. Yeah, probably a good idea, but I don't know. How did we survive without flash warnings on videos when we were growing up? I guess I'm feeling a little old here. Let them know if it's got gluten or nuts in it too. But yeah, it's probably just best to put a little stupid warning on it. Edward says, awesome light show. Yeah, and you know what? It's not a bad computer. Remember, This is a computer. Bajin Guy said, would the RAM be green if you did CPU temperature? Yes, it would. Yeah. Yeah, we already demonstrated that. Patrick says, I uninstalled the MSI Center in Mystic Light a while back. I only use Signal RGB these days. All devices work immediately with that. So I guess Signal RGB is it an open source? Or do you pay for that? He says, I uninstalled IQ and Mystic Light. I only use Signal RGB. Signal RGB. Mark Gaines wants me to check my phone. All right. I haven't done that in a while. Oh, it just vibrated in my hands. An Amazon gift card from Mark Gaines. Right on. He sends $25 from Northern Ireland. Says, hope you enjoy this Amazon gift card. Well, thank you, Mark, as always. And to all of you joining us in chat, all the members, all our super chats, you guys are awesome. You make this frustration for me possible, for your entertainment. I feel like I'm on a dunking stand and you guys pay for the tomatoes to throw or whatever. This is torture. Look, here's the honest truth on this. I don't mind doing this once in a while. I don't want to do this for a living. What I want to do for a living is fix computers and solve people's production problems. System is down, customers can't be helped, company's not making money. I want to feel like I'm making a difference. Because somebody calls me and says my RGB isn't syncing with my RAM, I really don't want to do the job. I don't want to. And I know they don't want to pay much to do it. And they're not going to have a system I'm familiar with. It could be ASUS using their Aura system. It could be MSI using Mystic Light. Maybe they're using Signal RGB. Maybe they don't have the cables on right. Maybe the parts aren't compatible with the RGB system they have. Maybe. There's all these variables. And at the end of the day, all you did was fix an aesthetic. As a mechanic, I don't want to take dents out of cars. It's not what I want to do. I want to get my hands in the air. I don't want to teach people how to drive a stick. I'm not a driving instructor. I don't want to replace body parts on the car because I'm not, what do they call that? I'm not a paint technician. I'm not a dent repair person. I'm not going to fix and reupholster your seats in your headliner or replace your windshield. That's done by different people. They're all different people. David Graham says, charge more for that. Well, that's what you do. If you don't want to do it, you tell the customer that'll be $300, and they'll say, thanks, I'll call you back, and you'll never hear from them again. Because they're not going to spend $300 to fix their RGB. That's ridiculous. But absolutely, that's a $300 job. Putting that cooler in and getting all of this set up and figuring out how it all works. If it doesn't belong to me, I've never seen it before. Customer says, what are you going to charge me? That's $300, and that's over 3 hours of my time working. It's not worth it. And then if the customer has any questions from here into eternity, they're going to keep calling me thinking, well, I already gave them $300, so I can call them anytime I want now. No. I'll take a couple calls, but that's it. Like, phone's going to go to voicemail after that. Fat Tony with a $5 Canadian Super Chat contribution. Right on. Thank you, Fat Tony. John Paul Bacon says, that's a great stream. Hey, thanks for hanging in with us all this time. Edward Falong says, I can't wait to see that graphics card. Oh, jeez, we still forgot to put the graphics card in. We have a 3090 Ti that needs to go in here, but I think we're finally ready for it. I mean, that's not going to be a full 2-hour video, but shoot. Maybe I should just do that now. Should be real easy, right? Famous last words. 8 o'clock at night. I'm like, okay, guys, I'm going to say goodbye for the 18th time. It should be really easy. Let's shut this down. Hold on. Let's go back over here. Shut her down. Now I want you to think about this for a minute. The video card that we're putting in also has RGB on it. And it's made by another company, EVGA. Will the MSI Mystic Light software now give us a video card little icon in the Mystic Light software? Or will we have to download something from EVGA? Or is it not even going to communicate no matter what? These aren't problems I'm used to having in the business world. So you'll forgive me if you think, I'm not acting like I'm better than anybody. You're misunderstanding. I'm acting like I'm in a playground with children instead of sitting at the adult table. That's what it feels like. To me personally, it's what it feels like. All right, as a personal project, you want to play with it? Go for it. As a business, I don't see how you're going to make any money. All right, let me find my video card. I've got it down here. Put it back in the box where it's safe. Sorry. I accidentally dropped my microphone. Just put that right back there. I am definitely going to need a bigger desk. I did that twice now. I've opened it up from the wrong side, or picked it up from the wrong side. Still got to find that other radiator screw that I've got laying around here somewhere. Okay, so for now, we'll just put that there. Put all that over there. Put that over there. Documentation over there. All these little wire ties, it's all garbage. Move these keyboards out of my way. Okay, so our graphics card is going to go in right about here. Right about there. And I think we're like 3 slots wide on this bad boy. Let's see. See how I just looped my microphone cable? I couldn't do that if I tried. Oh my gosh, that's heavy. So on the next few videos, if you see this computer on the counter, it's because it became so heavy I couldn't move it by myself. That is heavy. Okay. Where's my... Okay. So power supply switch is in the off position, and to be safe, you really should just unplug the darn power anytime you're messing with really expensive stuff, let alone even the simple stuff like me playing with the fan headers and RGB headers. Really should have the system off when you do that, but especially when you're putting in a video card. Okay, so let me just see right quick. Oh, jeez. Either I'm getting weaker or the cards are getting heavier. That is a 3-slot card. Holy moly. The good news is, for whatever coincidental reason, our little sag shelf is pretty much in the right place. So I have to remove 3 screws, and they are going to be, well, right from the top, I think. No. Maybe. So I guess I skip the top slot and I take out the next 3 is what it looks like. So then what's the top slot for if nothing can go there? 1, 2,
Come on. Kind of sucks that you got to get the screwdriver in on an angle, hence the really long extension, so I can do that. And 3, it's right here. Whoops. Sometimes these slot covers get stuck under the screw of the one below it. You just loosen that up. And then you can take that cover out. Keep those covers, put them in your motherboard box, put that away in case you make some configuration changes later and you realize you've got a hole there now. You're going to want to put this back and it'll match the rest. It's important to me that they all match. Okay? That's just the way I am. Well, make sure that the retention clip is in the open position before you try and install your graphics card. We're going to align that right up here. Now, normally you would be doing this with the case laying down. It just doesn't make a very interesting video for you guys to watch unless I had an overhead camera. We will get there. Oh my gosh. Where did my shelf go? Okay, so I can loosen the shelf and raise it maybe just a little bit. That is pretty much dead on. Wow. Wow, that was way easier than I thought it was going to be. We're going to put these screws right back in here. We've already pre-wired our power cable that goes to the back, and there's a clip on it, so it only goes in one way, and I can't see it too well. So let me grab some glasses and a flashlight just so I can orient this cable. Clip goes towards the bottom. Now, that is ugly cable. Ugly cable. I don't know what the heck is going on back here. Almost feels like that slot cover should still be there. What are they doing? It really looks like that slot cover is missing. See, it's taking 3 slots, but it looks like the 3rd slot cover should be still in place, like there's a gap. That's so dumb. All right. And even though it's the back, it's important to me that it looks right. Is that gonna work? I'm gonna leave it like it is for right now, to be honest. I wanna make sure it even works. So we're gonna get rid of the USB-C to HDMI adapter, and we're gonna plug HDMI directly into the one HDMI port we have back here. The rest are display port. And then we can give it power and turn it on and load the driver, and then see if it sequences the RGB. Oh, I found my sticky tape. Power. On. John Paul Bacon says that's how it's been for a long. You're referring to keeping the 3rd slot cover? I don't normally, so when it comes to a 3 or 2.5 wide, bay wide graphics card, I don't install those very often. So, not familiar if that's normal now, but It's not normal from my world. Okay, power. We got RGB on the card. Let's go to camera 2, see if it booted up. We got nothing now. Give it a minute. Fans are quieting down. And if we get video now, it's going to be coming out of our graphics. And it did. The GPU is working. We're off to a good start. David Graham says it's 2.5 slots. Again, it doesn't really matter. It's just, it looks ugly to me, and I've put a lot of time and money into this build, and I want it to be perfect. Nothing less than perfect is acceptable. That screen blanking out, that is automatically loading a basic in Microsoft NVIDIA driver. So let's do this. First things first. Now, I don't know if that basic Microsoft driver that it just loaded will solve the issue with compatibility with the Mystic Light, or if it's good enough to work. I don't know. Let's take a look and see if it's in there. And why is this giving me a hazard? What's going on here? Turn that on. Good. Okay, motherboard, DRAM. That's it. We don't see GPU in here. So what we're going to do is we're going to download the driver from EVGA, and we're looking, well, no, NVIDIA. Sorry, we're going to go to NVIDIA. And then we're going to look for drivers. And we want drivers for GeForce, right? Yeah, well, it's still loading drivers. Look at that. It just blanked out on me. So there you go. Still loading drivers in the background. GeForce RTX 30 series. 3090 Ti, Windows 11. Find. Game ready driver, October 1st. WHQL, Windows Hardware Quality Labs. Good, good, good. How do I download it? View, I guess. View. Download. 711 megs. Holy macaroni. Look how fast my internet is, though. Ha ha. Take that, big driver. Big oil. Big industry. Big driver. Yes. Okay. Close that. You know what? While that's installing, I wonder if that other driver that installed did anything. No, nothing yet. Probably have to restart. Driver and GeForce. Yeah, whatever. Express, sure, that's fine. Man, this system's flying. See how fast this is going? This is all live and unscripted. And finally, you're getting a demonstration of something more important than the lights that goes way faster and smoother. Not so much confusion on my part. Now we're back in my lane. Should stay in my lane. It's good to explore other lanes, don't get me wrong. Maybe not on a live video, but that's all right. We do it together. We take this journey together. The goat wants to know, do you still have Jimmy? I hope he is doing well. Oh yeah, he's great. Absolutely. He's a good boy. Bajan guy wants to know what's the longest stream I ever did. I don't know. Maybe 9 hours? I'm not going for a record today. I'm just trying to get something done. Essential Working Too Hard said, I think all those RGB lights are having an effect on you. For sure. Yeah, they definitely are having an impact on my state of mind. All right, I am paying attention in the chat right now while we're waiting. If you have a question, that is time to ask. Bajin Guy says a 9-hour stream. Yeah, it's just for fun. Earlier days when I didn't have as much on my plate and I could spend the whole day doing it just to do it, especially when you're getting interaction from the audience, you know, they keep you going. It's not like I'm talking to myself. Otherwise, if I'm not getting the interaction, I might as well just not do it. Nobody's watching. Okay, so we're still not seeing the graphics card. So I'm going to reboot just to see if the driver makes any difference. Look into the light. Easy Otter says, "What's for dinner?" That is the question. Are we making pizza? Was that a nah or a yeah? A yes. We're making pizza. We're gonna make a vegan, low-carb, sugar-free pizza for her that I will stay 10 feet away from, but I'll help her make it. And we'll make a gaming pizza, an RGB gaming pizza for me. That'll be red pepper, green pepper, and bacon, RGB pizza. No, actually, I'll make the pizza with pepperoni, mushroom. I'll chop up some jalapeno, and I'll chop up some green pepper. Use farm shredded mozzarella cheese from Tillamook. I will use Rao's pizza sauce, R-A-O-S. I don't want to make it. And then I will get a large flour tortilla. And I will put the tomato sauce on the tortilla and heat the tortilla up with the tomato sauce in the oven until it starts to lightly brown. Then I take it out, I add my cheese, I add my toppings in that order with the pepperoni last so it'll crisp. Back in the oven, let it cook, keep an eye on it. If it seems like the tortilla is getting brown but the top isn't melting, then switch the oven to broil, which turns on the highest setting on the top heat burner. And within 2 minutes, your pizza, if you don't keep an eye on it, the whole top of it will be melted. Pull that bad boy out, let it cool down a minute, get the pizza. Now I'm hungry. Who brought this up? It's your fault. Try a smoked pizza. You know, I wanted to try pizza on a grill. I've never done it before. Okay, we are still not seeing our GPU in here. Full screen. How do we add? Let's go back to Google. It'll be easy, they said. It'll just take a minute, they said. Add EVGA 3090 Mystic Light. Maybe that's the keywords I need. I don't know. Let's see what it says. Precision X1 LED tab. Select the picture of backplate LED. I don't know what he's talking about. That's a different thing. Reinstall MSI. Well, that's for MSI's own brand. Go to support, live update, scan. This didn't help us before. I don't think it's going to help us now. Nothing. All right, then I think maybe we go EVGA. Maybe we have to download RGB software, just like we did with IQ. Ah, Precision X1, that's got to be their LED controller. CLC, Precision X1, XR1. I don't know what these are, but they mentioned Precision X1, brand new layout, completely new code. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Go on. I don't care about any of this. RGB LED. Okay. System requirements. Okay. Precision standalone, precision pristine, precision standalone. I really want to complain some more, but I think I beat a dead horse here. Yes. Next. Agree. Next. Wait, what was that? Next. Next. Close. 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 Next. Install. Why do I have to do this twice? Finish. Finish. What? My firmware needs to be updated. Please do not turn off while the update is in progress. The firmware on the graphics card? What's going on? It's doing something there on the window on the left, and then it's got the firmware update, which wants me to click start, which I have not clicked because I don't want to do it at the same time, whatever this other thing is doing. August 2009, February 2000, June 2010. Oh, good. Put all that old crap on my system. That's brand new. Thank you, EVGA. That little tiny download sure did. sure was quite deceptive in what it was, how big it really was. It's like, yeah, I'm just your installer. Wait till I start and I start grabbing stuff off the servers. Bring a sandwich. Okay, is it done? Firmware, here we go, start. Oh! My fans just went crazy. Holy moly, can you hear them? Let me move away. Wow, now the fan's quieted down. Firmware update finished. Click close to return. Okay, I don't have to reboot. Okay, Precision X1. Now the question is, if I bring up Mystic Light, will it now see the GPU? No. Memory, CPU, target, fan speed, LED, rainbow wave. I don't want rainbow wave. I want it to work with Mystic Light. Setup. Start with OS. Yes. I don't want any of that. Screenshot. None of that. Profile. Back to profiles. General. Apply that, I guess. Then we can go back up here. I don't know why that's not working. Oh, I see. That's the interface, the profile section. And then there's arrows going to the right. Monitoring on-screen display. Okay. VGA 1. Well, Mara might like all this nonsense. Power meter. Takes more power to run the power meter so you can see how much power you can run. I don't want rainbow wave. We want to do, I guess we'll just do breathing and the color of, let's do that color. And then let's do that color. Save. It's not quite bold enough. Need it. Oh, I guess there's a logo on the side and on the front you can control too. And then there's a, what does that do? I should be able to control this now, I would think, with the MSI software. Maybe I just need to reboot after all the updates. Maybe. I'm hoping. The video that never ended. You have reached the end of the internet. Okay. You coming out? Now what do you think?
Oh, so much better.
You think that's better? All those cables?
Well, I will.
That's my problem, I know.
That's after. So, but generally speaking, it's beautiful. It's just about perfect.
Just about? What's it missing? The glass?
There's a few things that I will adjust.
Oh, well, you're welcome to
So,
adjust them.
yes, well,
I'm just
we'll get to
trying.
that.
I'm trying.
However, got the new GPU in, which I
And it works.
thank you. Obviously, it better than
That's what I'm
the
saying.
stupid thing was $2,000.
$2,000. Yeah. Glad it was your money.
It was back in 2022.
2022 is when it was purchased.
Correct.
Well, we finally got out of the box.
Yeah, thankfully. Yeah.
I wonder if that food we purchased in 2022 is still good.
Yeah, probably not. But yeah. So it's great, and yeah, I love it. This is a wonderful filler, and who knows, maybe it won't be just the filler. We'll see.
It's MSI Center is doing something different, so I wonder if it's now auto detected. No. Darn it! Darn it! Why did it take so long to do nothing?
Do you want a cold Gatorade or something? It's been
Medication?
It's like cold medication. So it seems to take 4 hours now. So
It's yeah, almost 5 hours.
but, yeah. So
Here's the thing: I'm not seeing the EVGA. I'm not seeing the graphics card in Mystic Light, but I can go to LED. No, thank you for asking. I'm good.
okay.
Set up. There's got to be a way to do this. Is it possible they're both trying to control it at the same time and I don't want... Well, no, because IQ is running. Fat Tony says, on the sidebar. What does that mean? Katrina says, I just don't like RGB. It's too distracting. It causes too many problems. It's not good for computer performance in the long run. It runs up your power bill. And I hate working on RGB systems. Yuck. Yeah, it's, we're really close. Oh, wait a minute. We lost our pump. Our pump is doing something different now. Everything's really fast. Was it that fast before? Let me go back. Select all. So DRAM spine. Quit the IQ software. Is it controlling it? Is that what happened? That is not doing it. So the last time I took control with the, no, that was for the K. No, this is for the, I hit the power button and now it's back. I just got to figure this graphics card out. 3090 Ti with Mystic Light. Let's see what it says. Let's put EVGA in there because that might play a role in it. Plugging in the 3-pin connector from the water block. Oh, that's a different, okay, that's a different video card. Product specs, 3090 Ti with Mystic Light. Review. Okay, I guess I gotta make my search more specific. How to. Now this is how to control the RGB on the GeForce, but that's not using Precision X is the only way to control EVGA RTX lighting. Someone had to solder wires on to get RGB. That is just stupid. There's Open RGB. Signal RGB was mentioned in the chat room. Close all your RGB apps, it says. Right click and exit. That's all we got. Boy, it does not like this file. Oh, because it's an executable. I see. I think I started it. Sure, give me a virus. I don't know what the heck it's doing. I assume this is safe. I really don't know. I mean, all these executables that Windows is like, hey, this is really suspicious. It wants access to everything, public and private networks. Yeah, okay, to control my RGB, sure, let's just put a virus. Well, it's GitHub, I guess it's okay. It's scanning for the hardware we have. We'll continue as a guest. We want to give you the best experience. Close that, whatever that is. Okay, effect library, okay. Let's do fireflies. Oh, is it letting me do fireflies? I have to go through the tutorial? I didn't want to go through the tutorial. I don't want to do this. Just let me explore. Damn it. Okay, I get it. Create my free account. Continue without an account for the 3rd time. Thank you for recommending this. All right, what do we got? It does seem like it's synchronized to the graphics card. It's making it red, and it's red. Wow. Oh. New and updated. Drizzle, ripple visualizer. Oh, you gotta sign in for these. Seriously? You got it. What is this so stupid? For RGB, really? I don't want any of that. Bursts, you know, let me have that. No, you're gonna need an account for that. Stupid. What's free? Pixel, pastels, gradient, House of the Dragon. Come on. Library. Where's my library? What do we already have? Where are my choices? Installed, I guess. Solid, side to side, rainbow, screen, neon. That's it? That's all we get? That's all there is. Seriously. What a scam. Neon fire. Pink lemonade, emerald dream, vaporwave, cyber, TV static, explosion, electric. I mean, I do want to play with these. So stupid. I could spend the next 20 minutes just downloading. No! No! Oh yeah, I'm just gonna turn over credentials to my Google account to these people. You out of your mind? Okay, but it does work. All right, I'll give full credit. It does work. So we're on side to side. Now, if we could speed that up, make it go faster. And instead of green, if I had red and orange, it's gonna let me pick a different color. There's rainbow mode. Luminance. Slow it down a little. It does work. I will give you, I'll grant you. I understand why you like it. I get it. It sees the EVGA RT. I don't know why this thing can see it. Why can't MSI see it? It sucks they only give you these 5. And then you got to create an account. Can I close it? Will it still run? Still running. Still going. So we know it's possible to control all the RGB synchronized through software. Just knowing it's possible, that means we can do a little more research and find that. David Graham says, get Embers. I don't want to create an account. I like that I don't have to put on IQ and I don't have to put on Precision X1. That's the thing about RGB that drives us crazy, is every manufacturer wants to communicate with their RGB in their own way. And so this is just basic rainbow mode, and you control the speed. And I can see the benefit of the software, but I don't like that I'm giving them permission of my network. I don't like that, you know, I need to create an account. Why? Why are they tracking that? So it's the price of free, I guess. But you can see the graphics card is in sync. The water block is in sync. The fans are in sync. And the fans up there, without tilting it and dropping my Dragon, those are in sync as well. So it does show promise. But, you know, Mystic Light would be fine if we could just get it to see the graphics card. I'll work on that later. Like I have nothing else better to do. I'll research it. So I'm sure somebody somewhere has a fix for that. Oh no, she's coming out with the camera.
My friend is freaking out.
It's definitely, well, you know, you got to see it with the glass on it. What'd I do with the glass? Didn't I set it down here? Let's see something. I never put the glass on, but I've only taken it off. Oh, there it goes. I think. Is that right? I can't remember how I took it off. It snaps in though, right? Right there? Isn't that where it goes? I know I'm close. Oh, there's a hook here too. That's tricky. Gotta get it in just right. Wow, that was tight. Da-da-da. Oh, you know what? There's plastic on the inside too. Well, that was dumb of me. Don't knock over my Dragon. Foiled again by foil. Well, okay. Here, hold that. How did I get this off? You just pull it. I think you just pull it off. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dragon's all tied up. Shouldn't do that with the fan. Okay, there's one piece of glass. It's funny they have this warning sticker here that I thought was on the plastic, but it's actually behind the plastic. It's another sticker. Okay, I feel plastic. I don't see it. If the plastic's been on the glass a long time, it can be very difficult to separate it. You might have to tear it into several pieces. But if the case has not been sitting on the shelf for 2 years, it should just peel right off. Now remember, we haven't done any cable management on this. So this is just to give us kind of an expectation. No, it's not right. There's a little overlap. Something is not lining up. That one goes in. That one, when I push this one in, that one goes out. It's like the glass here is overlapping for some reason. Like maybe I didn't seat this correctly, but it felt good. Something is off. Yeah, I think yeah, it shouldn't be this easy to screw it up, but that is on there tight. Gotta come off from the top. Okay, so what I'm thinking is maybe I put this piece on last. Let me see what happens. We start with do have the right side panel, right? It's the only one that'll go in there. Am I bumping up against something? Something in the middle. Boy, in the videos they made this look like you just snap it on, but it looks like there's more to it. So it's wobbling. Why does it wobble? These two posts here have to align in these two posts, and when I push in one, the other side comes out. Nothing is sticking out, nothing is preventing this glass from seating, other than me apparently. We've got two hooks on the bottom. So easy. Just wrap the video up. Just take a couple minutes. We'll just get a quick picture of it before we close. I'll tell you, it feels like the top is drooped. It feels like this is supposed to be up higher. That fixed it. What? Like the weight of the radiator, or somehow I pushed down on it so that the whole top of the frame was bent a little bit? That shouldn't be that easy. Okay, now you want to get your picture? There we go. Where do you want it?
Try more, yeah. There?
There? You want it more?
A little bit more? Yeah, that's perfect.
You want me to step out of your...
No.
Get out of the shot. We don't want to see you. Here.
No.
I got more views now. Did you get under it? Do you see the fans underneath the lid?
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. Is my dinner ready?
Yeah.
I'll come out for dinner. I'm in my hole. I don't like to interact with anybody. I'm just going to be in my hole. Edward says it's a fish tank. Should I get some fish in there?
Shark.
Wow, that was a lot of work. Kinda. I mean, not really, but yeah. Okay. I can still get up. I don't need this adapter anymore. Put that away for next time. I don't need these glasses anymore. Put those away for next time. You guys like? There you go. That is the case. The Cougar case. Oh, I think I put the lid on it, right? Let's see. Got the lid right here. I think we're done with this part. This could go back on too. There we go. So now there's just the little, there's a panel that goes on. If you remember, there's a panel that goes on over these fans. And we do our cable management and put the final back panel on. And I think we're done. Got a little clippies. There you go. Not bad for amateur hour. All right, guys. 5 hours and 15 minutes after we started, we got a cooler and a graphics card installed, and then 4 hours of playing with the RGB. Barry Klein wants to know if you should schedule with the movers to help me get it off the bench and final spot. Movers will probably break it, Barry. How heavy is it now? Let me get my hernia belt on. Oh, that's probably at least 80 pounds. I'm gonna guess 80. Twice the weight of a normal PC. Now, you know, for all I know, maybe it's 25 pounds and I just got really weak, but it feels like 80 pounds to me. Joseph Hawkins says I need a forklift, right? That's just for dinner. Got to lift my fork. See what I did there? Fat Tony says, good job, bud. Yeah, it took forever, but I got it done. Scott says Peter Laycock's going to be waking up soon. Yeah. Good morning, Peter. Patrick Manny says that's a backbreaker. Yeah, and the computer too. Carey is out to knock that dragon over again. Yeah, you know, I might. We'll get that fixed, don't worry. That's just for the camera. We will put it in there permanently, but just for now, like I'm fidgeting around. Once it sits on the ground where it's going on the floor, it ain't gonna move for a while. Let's see. Need to turn that off. And I need to turn that off. Okay. I think we're ready to wrap it up. I guess, should I shut this down or leave it running? We're just sitting here for whatever reason, doing nothing. I guess I'll leave it running and I'll shut it off after the show. It should be a really good computer though. I mean, a 14900K, 96 gigs of RAM.
You have to shut it off.
I need to shut it off?
Yeah, because we have some adjustments to make.
Yeah, but I meant until I end the show, I'd leave it running. So the audience will, when I say goodbye, you'll see it. And then after we say goodbye.
Stupid wallpaper.
That's Microsoft Bing wallpaper.
I don't like it.
You can change the wallpaper to whatever you want it to be. I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. David Graham says, check your email. Frankie B says, good night, take a break, have some dinner, both of you. Thanks, Frankie. Thank you as always. David wants me to check email. Let's check email. Did I miss something? Oh, I have to get my glasses. Let's see. Have I missed anything? Mark Gaines. Thank you again, Mark. That's all I see right now. But thank you all for hanging out with me Saturday afternoon. Anything I can do to stay out of the 110-degree weather, waiting for fall to start in Phoenix, which was supposed to happen 2 weeks ago, and nobody told Phoenix. So hopefully they'll get caught up in a week, I hope, and we can be down in the lower triple-digit temperatures, and then a week after that, maybe double digits by the end of October, beginning of November. Just trying to stay indoors, man. It's miserable outside. Well, it's getting dark now, so you probably notice the lighting in here is much darker because we're relying on a lot of light from the sun. So if you compare the beginning of this video to the end, notice the difference the sun is making to the color of the room, the brightness of the room. And that means if I want to broadcast when it gets dark, I need to set studio lights up. Right now, I did replace lighting in the room to emulate studio lighting, but it can only do so much. So that's what we've been living off of since the beginning here. But we do have the regular professional studio lighting we can use if it's necessary. But if we broadcast in the afternoon and the sun is bright enough, I think the lighting's fine. But more about that later. Barry Klein said he's seen the lighting change twice during this broadcast. David Graham said he said an Amazon gift card. Well, thank you, David. I appreciate that very much. We'll keep an eye out for it. They do take a few minutes after you send them. It's because of your generosity, everybody. What's that? Mara said she just checked it. Did you just check it? She says it just came in. Well, thank you, David. Again, thank you to Mark Gaines. Thank you for all the super chats from everybody today. From Diesel Doctor, who just became a member. Fat Tony, thank you for your contribution. Ron Barnish, who renews membership, along with Paul O'Brien, who also renewed membership. Of course, our friend Buster, shout out, huge thank you to our friend Buster. Frankie B. Oystein, Paul Gray, thank you guys so much. David Graham also sent a super chat, and Samuel Kowalski. You guys rock. It's because of you we're able to do this, and all of our members. And you make it enjoyable by hanging out with us in the chat. And if that's your way of contributing, is just hanging out with us in the chat, we love that. As long as you're kind, please join us in the chat room. We miss you if you're not there. We might talk about you if you're not there too. So, there's that. Thank you for hanging out. We'll see you all again very, very soon. Until next time, finally, 5 hours and 22 minutes later, bye for now.